is not a history book as we were told. It is a book all about the mind. God is the personification of mind. Generator, operator, demonstrator of all that you think about, all that you talk about, all that you envision, all that you imagine, all that you dream. Right? And you know, everything that we dream doesn't become an experience here on the third dimensional plane. Neither does everything you think becomes an experience. But it's what you think about most of the time. Most of the things that you intend with conviction. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Grand Rising, good morning. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Grand Rising, hello everyone. So this is Prosperous Living. We're about prosperous living. We're also about deconstructing from the strongholds that held us bound mentally, right? And it's anything that has you believing in something outside of you. I don't care who it is, whether it's your parents, your grandparents, your organized religions, your governments, businesses, whoever, a pastor, a clergyman, a teacher, an instructor, anyone you place in authority above you. Your own authority is you. That's the only authority, because you get to choose. You get to choose if you're going to accept what someone else tells you. You don't have to accept it. We were conditioned and trained to accept authority, and we place the authority outside of us. The only authority we should be trusting in is our own, because we are sovereign beings. We do have autonomy, although we were told we didn't. So that's what we do on this platform. We're remembering who we are, right? And we're not taking credit for other people's manifestations either, right? I don't take credit for anything anyone does just because they heard what I say. If you hear what I'm saying and it resonates with you and you apply it and you come back and say, hey, I enjoyed you, I listened to you and I applied it and I got a result, you get all the credit. You get the credit because you applied the truth. You applied the knowledge. You did the work. I was just a voice of one calling, crying in the wilderness, saying, repent, repent, for the kingdom of God is at your hands. Change your mind, because the kingdom of your good is with you. We don't have saviors. There are no saviors in this reality. I only take credit for my manifestations. I take credit for no one else's. I say I'm your reflection. I'm just mirroring you. We're all on this road together, remembering who we are and proving this truth to ourselves, that imagining really does create reality, that the creator in me is my word, my mind, my thoughts, my intentions, my assumptions, my beliefs, what I trust in, what I am convinced of. And so it is for you. Oh, okay. All right. Yes, I love it. You said your dad teaches you. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. And you've gotten results, I'm sure. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And so we are streaming on YouTube as well as TikTok. YouTube is Prosperous Living with Toyia. Remember to give me a follow, like, share the live, comment, and subscribe. On TikTok, give a follow. Double tap the screen. 10K the easy way. That's how we show our love on TikTok. Tapping is clapping. I also want to share the live, follow the platform, comment. And once we get to 10,000 likes, we open up the panel and we get to share in our experiences, our journey on this third dimensional plane that we call life. All right. I want you to know I'm not teaching you anything. I'm just reminding you of what you already know, what you forgot. I'm not a teacher. I'm no one's leader. I'm no one's guide. I'm just your mirror. I'm just reflecting you. That's it. That's all. You don't need that any man teach you. The spirit within your inner guidance system is leading and guiding you to all truth and to the things that you are here to experience on this plane, whether it be good, bad, or ugly. Right? So yes, we were under the guidance of our parents, of our religious organizations, of our academic institutions, of our government officials. But at the end of the day, you are the one that ultimately makes the choice, especially when you come of age. Now, we're not talking about children, although some children do come to the realization of their own truth, of their own power. They recognize that some stuff just wasn't adding up, right? There are a lot of children that go to these organized religions that go into these churches, and they like, this seems very performative. Something don't seem right. What y'all saying don't match up. I have missionary Susie over here preaching to me about the word of God, but I hear her gossiping on the phone with my mama every night, talking about the pastor, talking about the mother's board, talking about the sister so and so, and deacon so and so. So everything, I know it ain't all adding up. They got two faces. They hypocrites. They saying one thing and doing another. They're not demonstrating the power of this God that they're talking about. They're telling me that I can do greater works than Jesus, but I don't see the greater works. I don't see no works. I don't see the fruit of the spirit. So I'm not gonna say some children come to an early revelation of this truth. Me, on the other hand, I was well into my I was in my early 40s. I did the church thing. I did the married thing. Well, I'm married again, but I got married when I was in the church. Luckily, I got when I left the church, I also left the man. Yes, it's not if I like science. Science and God are one. God and science are one. This whole world is scientific. It's scientific. It's all mathematics. And mathematics is a science, right? It's all psychology. Psychology is a science, right? It's all astronomy and astrology. Those are sciences, right? Yes. This universe is scientific. Religion doesn't like science, though. Religion thinks science is separate from their creator, from the God that they serve, the God that they invented in their own mind. Okay, 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 the big black one. I'm in Illinois. Oh, I know. I love me too. And I only care about my love for me. I don't care about nobody else's love. I don't care about the only love I care about is my own. You don't know if Jesus loves me. Seeing Jesus never existed, so I don't know how you could love someone that never existed in time and space. But hey, Jesus only means I am, and I am is the Savior within man, and that's who you need to be. That's who needs to love you. You need to love you. That you don't fall for the okie doke no more. That you don't put your trust in man no more, whose breath is in his nostrils, said the script. All right? You don't need that no man teach you, says the script. Your anointing that comes from within will lead and guide you to all truth, right? That spirit, that comforter. Yeah. You just need to, you're here to explore this plane, this earth, right? To experiment with life, to see what works and what doesn't work. And when you recognize what doesn't work, you stop doing it. It's just as simple as that. When you notice that something isn't working for you, do something different. That's it. That's all. Hey, Latoxi, welcome. Well, you can get caught up in believing and knowing according to the script they're exactly the same thing. But if you think they're different, hey, it's your world. The thing is, if you don't like the word believe, then don't use it. I like it. I like believe. Because it means to accept the thing is true, to make something real for you. Because you know what? A lot of people know a whole lot of shit, but they don't know a whole lot of wrong shit. They know a whole lot of wrong shit. They know some shit. They know some shit. But a lot of shit they know is some erroneous shit. Because people claim to know God. I don't know about that. Because if they knew God, they would know themselves. But a lot of people don't know themselves. A lot of people know what their pastor told them about God. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome. Exactly. Belief belief can be true or false, but you can make a belief true. So is it really false? Because you can make a belief true. And what I mean by that, you will live your life according to this false belief. So then it's true for you. It may not be true for me, but it'll be true for you because you choose to live your life according to the lie. So then for you, it's not a lie. For you, it is the truth. For you, it's true. That's why truth is subjective. Because what's true for you is not true for me. Like, I don't believe in an entity outside of myself manipulating this reality. I don't believe in entities. I don't believe in a God outside of me, and I don't believe in a devil outside of me. I don't believe in powers external to myself. No, it's not. Reality is subjectively true. It's all based on your feelings. Feelings. Oh, that's why the church and the government and your academic and they want to go by how you feel. They emotionalize you through fear, through condemnation, which is shame, guilt, remorse. They use those manipulation tactics to control you. All of those institutions use some form of fear, right? When you're in school, you're in fear of failure. You don't want to get bad grades. You don't want to be disruptive in class. You don't want to have to go to the principal's office. You don't want to be punished in any kind of way for talking when you're supposed to be quiet. You want to make sure that you share and you act accordingly, that you move how they tell you to move, you do as they tell you to do, that you can't be free and be your own mind and be your own thinker. If you challenge what they're teaching you, they don't like that. School, government, religious organizations, they don't like anyone that's a free thinker. They need you to conform. They like conformity. And I recognize a lot of people that come on my live also don't like people that don't think like them. They get real, tense when you challenge them. Because my thing is, we don't have to agree. We can have a conversation and not agree. And I'm just like, I don't know why some people need other people to validate their perspective about life. Like, why do you care if someone agrees with you or not? Like, why do you need validation? Why can't you just stand on your own truth and go away if the person is never convinced of it, if they never agree with you, that you're okay with that? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, 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 Sheila, welcome. I believe in me. I believe in me. So I used to believe in a God. I used to be a Christian. I used to believe everything the government said. I thought when you watch the news, they were reporting truth. I used to think that the news was reporting truth. until my eyes opened up. Like, oh, now they tell stories. Organized religion tells stories. They're not necessarily telling you the truth. They're telling you a story. They may have a little smidget of truth wrapped, somewhere within the weeds of the story, but it's a story. And I was just told to buy the story. Like, when you're a kid and you're 5 and your parents are telling you, there's the Santa Claus and he comes every Christmas Eve. And if you're a good little girl or good little boy, you'll get everything you want for Christmas. Unless, or at least you'll get 3 or 4 things on your wish list, right? Or you, depending on your parents' finances, you may get one good gift. And then you may get some things that you need. Like you might get clothes and shoes, but that's not something you really want as a child. You want toys and bikes and games and little action figures and baby dolls, right? Like, it all depended on how stable your family's finances were determined what type of gifts you got under the Christmas tree, right? and how they were perceiving money. Because I knew people that would take their rent money and go make sure their children had Christmas gifts, and they worried about rent the next month. I know people that did that. So, but just like you were told, when you got to a certain age, around 8 or 9, you finally were told the truth that the Santa Claus that we thought was some white bearded man with a big old pot belly, we came to realize that the Santa Claus was our parents. And they were giving credit to an external being, just like religion. The whole time, you thought it was this external being blessing you based on good or bad behavior. And then you come to realize, oh, it was me. I was the reason for the season. It was my thoughts that was bringing me the good or the bad. It was how I was thinking was creating this reality. See how that worked? Same thing. Calling Saint Nick real and saying that there's a Santa Claus that comes and visit every children's home on Christmas Eve is not the same, boo. Try again. Miss me with that bull-ish. Care about no man really named Saint Nick existed. Who the fuck cares? He wasn't going around giving me Christmas gifts as a 5-year-old. Get the hell out of here. Like, what are we doing? Miss me with the bullshit. Come on now. Come on now. Go talk down to somebody else. Don't talk down to me. I don't care about no doggone. I don't believe in saints. The hell? Only Christians believe in saints and ain'ts. Only Islam believe in. I don't even know if Islam believe in saints. Do they believe in saints? I know that's a Christian thing. I'm not a Christian, so I can get 2 fucks about a saint. Only you care about a saint. You said kind of Latoxi. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. We're almost there. 10K, the easy way. Clapping. Tapping is clapping. We open up the panel. I just don't understand, Christians, if we don't agree with your dogma, move along. Why y'all always trying to convert people? People don't want your Jesus, especially those of us who are deconstructing from Christianity. There's nothing you can tell us. It's a reason why we left. You're not going to all of a sudden come with some new revelation about Christianity. All y'all believe in a blood sacrifice, and we're passing on that. All of you, regardless of your 45,000 denominations of confusion, you all believe in a blood sacrifice. You all believe in a bloodthirsty God who either wanted the blood of bullocks and doves and animals, or you believe the only way he was going to forgive you is if he allowed his son to be unalived. Bloodthirsty. That's why y'all go to war every chance you get in the name of your God. That's why y'all go to war. That's why y'all try to unalive everything that don't agree with you. Because that's the concept of your God. The concept of God for you is that if they don't if God don't like them, they don't deserve to exist. That's why Christianity is harmful. Well, all religions are harmful because they don't teach unity. They don't teach love. They teach division. They teach superiority. Hey, Tam V. That's the whole concept of God. If he don't know you and you don't accept him, you don't get to live. You out of there. He unaliving. He taking you out of here. And that's the mindset of Christians. They can't wait for Armageddon. They can't wait for the apocalypse. They're looking for people to be unalived. They are blood sucking. They are thirsty for someone's blood. They want somebody to be unalived. They don't love people. They only love people that love their God. If you don't love their God, you don't deserve to live in their eyes. Just to see what I'm saying. You're about to be blocked. They come in here with that fear mongering, like they scaring somebody. Y'all not scaring. The only one y'all is fearful is you. That's the only one. That's the only why you serve your God, because you're scared of him, scared of what he might do to you. My thing is, it ain't God doing it, it's you. Because if God is so, hold on, please mute when you come up. If God is so powerful, why he need a human to do his bidding? If God can just withdraw the breath, if God is the controller of this reality, why won't he just withdraw the breath? Why does he need a human being to do his doing? Why does he need a human being to unalive? If this God cares so much about evil and people not obeying it, he could have just created us to obey it. Or he could just, if he wanted to take someone out, he could just withdraw the breath. There would be no need for wars. It would be no need for, I'm going to instruct you to go into this land because I'm giving it to you. Yeah, and slay everybody in it. He could just take the breath. They would all fall dead, and then you could just go in there and get the place. But no, he needs you to do the actual unaliving, because you are the God that you claim is outside of you. This is happening in your own mind. You want to take people out, and you want somebody's land. Colonialism, imperialism, and you're going to claim God doing it. God said it manifested destiny. And then the Christians are like, we're not Christian. They're not Christians. But you think just like them, because you can't wait for Armageddon and the apocalypse. You can't wait for this mythical person to come fly on Pegasus, a white horse with wings, and come to save the day, to take you up out of here, to destroy everything that don't believe in your God. This is why you have religious wars, because everybody's saying their God is right, and if you don't like my God is bigger than your God, and my God gonna take you out. Is that Darius? Is that how you say your name?
Yep.
Yes. Hello, welcome.
Hello. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
That's good. So, you don't believe in a God, I'm assuming?
Not in a religious concept of a God, no.
So do you believe that there is a creator, though?
Yeah, I believe there's a designer of this reality, and we are it. We are consciousness experiencing itself. We are God having a human experience. That God fragmented itself into individualized beings, having and put on form and experiencing this thing we call life. And the power within you, which is your power to think and your power to speak, is what creates in this reality.
Right. Okay. So you think that we are the creators,
Yes, of our experiences, yes.
but do you think there's a greater creator, like of everything, of like the universe and like stuff like that?
Yeah. But
Okay.
we're it
And
though, but we're a part of that. That's not something separate from us.
so we are part of that creator that created
Yeah.
the universe.
Yeah.
Okay, like when you mean a part of that, do you mean like in nature? Like we share that nature of that creator?
Yes. We have the same, we're created in the likeness and image of all there is. And we were given the dominion and power over the earth, above the earth, and under the earth, which we demonstrate on a daily basis. Throughout human history, we have demonstrated that we have dominion and power over this planet, what's above it and what's below it. And we
Right.
exercise that all the time.
Okay. So when you said you don't believe in like the God in like a religious sense, so you said you used to be a Christian?
Yes.
And what kind of jump started your deconstruction of Christianity?
Um, this is over 20 years ago, but what's funny is I had an inkling to go um Google. It wasn't even Google back then. I think it might have been Yahoo, to use the search engine of the time. A a well-known so-called prophet in my religious community, and it came back that they were a false prophet, and they didn't just say it; they gave biblical texts to back up what they were saying. And then that kind of led me down a rabbit hole of, the atheist mindset, why they felt that the Bible was contradicting itself, and how they actually outlined on one side, this is what Jesus said and then contradicted, or this is what Paul said and then contradicted. It's like, oh wow, these texts do contradict one another. And then I kind of just left Christianity. That was back in like 2008, 2009. And then in 2018, I came to the realization, oh, the Bible isn't a history book. These people didn't actually exist. This book is all about me. It's talking about my mind and how I create on this plane.
Okay, so firstly, I would say that it is very incorrect the way you said that the Bible is not a history book, and that none of these people existed, because we actually have a lot of evidence that, for example, like Jesus was a historical person, Pontius Pilate was a historical person, John, Peter, James, like these people were historical people.
Only Christians are necessary to accept that these people are historical people. I'm not a Christian, so I don't really care if you believe they're historical or not. I don't subscribe to that religion, so I don't need to believe that they're real. Only you need to believe that they're real, and that's okay. You can believe that they're real.
Right. Yeah,
Please stay muted. I'm not talking to 2 or 3 people at the same time. I have a conversation with one, and then once we're done, I'll let you I'll have a conversation with you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you don't need to believe that they're real, but that doesn't change the fact that they were real and that they did exist.
Yes,
so
I do. I would need to believe it in order if I'm going to subscribe to this religion. I would need to believe that they were real in order for me to identify as a Christian. But since I don't identify with the Christian, it doesn't really matter if I believe it or not. That's neither here nor there. It really doesn't matter. I don't subscribe to it. So you telling me that there's historical evidence, you have, archaeological evidence, I really don't care. That's not going to change my perspective.
So basically, you're saying no evidence will change what you believe?
Absolutely not. Yep. No evidence.
So is that not blind belief then? And you're just, that's a heart posture, not an evidence issue there? That's a heart issue?
No, because from my perspective, you have no hard evidence. You were told you have hard evidence, but you actually have no real evidence that Jesus ever existed, that any of those people in the Bible ever existed. You have no proof other than that Bible. That's your only proof, is the Bible. There's nothing outside of that text, other than if you want to start claiming that church fathers 200 or 300 years removed, and you want to say, well, they told you and they said this, that, and such, as if people don't tell stories to benefit them, because it benefits them telling you that these people existed, because they need your allegiance and they need your money. So of course they're going to say it's real, because they have an end goal in sight. They need to manipulate and control people's minds so that they can get into your pocketbook. I don't want anything from you, so I don't really care if you believe it or not. It doesn't matter to me. If it serves you, do what you do. I'm not here to convince or convert you. I'm not looking for you not to believe in it. There's nothing you can tell me to convince me to believe in it.
Right. So what's, again, another false claim, but to say there's no evidence outside of the Bible that Jesus existed.
No, that's actually a true claim. That's actually a real true claim. There's no contemporaries of Jesus. If you're assuming that he was born at 0 and died at 33 CE, there's no contemporaries that say that he ever existed, period.
Yep, that's just absolutely incorrect. We have first century historians.
No, first century is not the same as contemporaries. You understand that?
No, but what she was saying that there's no evidence until like 300-400 years later.
Jesus is a second century invention. He doesn't show up at all, even in Christian records, until the second century.
Incorrect. Very incorrect.
That's not incorrect. There are no contemporaries.
So when do you think the Gospels were written?
Name a contemporary.
What do you mean by contemporary?
Do you know what a contemporary means?
I'm asking how you, like, what do you want me to show you in this?
A contemporary means someone who lived at the same time as Jesus. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, so like Paul, Peter, James, John.
Paul was not his contemporary.
Paul, what? You do know Paul had a vision of the Christ. He did not know him personally in time and space.
No, but he physically met the living Jesus Christ.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. It was a revelation. He tells you that in Acts. What are we doing?
Jesus died. Paul was persecuting Christians, allegedly. And they had a vision of Jesus. He never actually met. You don't even know the Bible even have this conversation.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, what we doing?
So you
what we doing?
Like Peter, James, John, Matthew. We're just gonna ignore all those.
None of those are real people. There's no evidence that even the Gospels are written by those people. They don't even acknowledge.
First of all, Luke is secondhand. Luke is secondhand too. Luke tells you it's secondhand. Luke tells you that he did these things that he heard, that he heard, which means it's hearsay. And so, which means he's not a contemporary once again. That means he was not there. He did not interact with this Jesus character.
You realize his contemporaries were the eyewitnesses that walked with Jesus.
Name the eyewitnesses. Where are their writings?
John, Matthew.
Prove that they actually were written in the first century.
Those are pseudonyms. They didn't even write the books. Those books was attributed to those names, but they weren't the actual writers. No one knows. No one knows who wrote those books. And if you're going to be honest in Christian historicity, you're going to say, yes, that's what they say. That's what historians say. No one knows who wrote those books. No one does. But you're going to be dishonest and say because the church fathers say it's true. But the historicity of it, when you research Christianity, you know they don't know who wrote those books. No one knows who wrote those.
Even Christian scholars agreed that. So I don't understand where you're coming from with that.
If you want evidence that, like, for example, like Matthew.
No, we don't want evidence. You need evidence.
Well, see,
you need evidence because you want to believe it's true.
It's funny that you call me dishonest, and then every piece of evidence I give you, you just say, "Oh no, we don't need evidence."
You're not listening.
That's the exact definition of having a.
She doesn't want your evidence. She already told you before there was nothing that was going to convince her to believe in this Bible. So you continuing to present evidence is a moot point. She doesn't care.
That's just dishonesty. That's dishonesty then.
It's not dishonest. She's being very honest.
I get to choose what I want to believe in. What we doing? Why do I have to believe it because you do? Why you need validation? Why do you need me to say, yup, it's true. Yup, it's true. No, I don't need to say it's true. It's unnecessary.
I don't need that, but like it's just the fact that you just ignore all evidence is not an honest.
That's not evidence, though. You telling me that it's evidence doesn't make it evidence. Just because someone says it doesn't make it true. Do you know that?
So it's funny how you mentioned that, like, no historian like talks about these people and how that like these people were real people. But if you went up to any historian and told them that Jesus was not a real person, they would laugh in your face.
Yeah, because they're not looking at the real evidence. They're looking at what church fathers have been.
So now they're not looking at real evidence. But
Yeah,
when
they're not.
You brought up historians.
No, you're toxic. He's saying if we went to any historian, now he's being you're categorically making an untrue statement, because you know every historian does not agree to the validity of Christianity. Like, why are we doing that?
No, I'm talking about Jesus' existence.
There's only one or two quote unquote atheists that y'all like to point to that agree that supposedly said in their writings a mention of Jesus. There it is. When that has even been proven to have been not true. Has been proven to be forged. So again, y'all get to argue about y'all the canon of the Bible and if these things actually happened in time. I'm okay with accepting that they didn't. You can accept that they did, and it's okay. You can accept that they did. I don't know why you need me to believe in the historicity of the Bible.
It's not that I need you to believe, but when we're having a conversation,
we're going to disagree, because I just told you that I don't see it, but you keep wanting to present evidence as if it's going to change your mind, and I just told you it's not. I did enough of my own research and came away with my own understanding to draw this conclusion that the Bible is mythology. It's no different than Greek mythology. It's no different than the Canterbury Tales. It's a fable. It's symbolic. It's parabolic. It's allegorical. It is metaphorical. It is psychological. That's what the book is, and that's where I'm going to hang my hat. And there's nothing that a Christian can tell me to change it.
Okay, right. So if we're having a conversation, right? So I'm not saying that you need to believe what I believe.
Okay.
But the point of a conversation is to exchange ideas and think of like, okay, let me consider this. Let me consider what you're saying, right? Mm-hmm. If you don't want evidence, then I don't see the point of having a conversation.
All right, this is not a debate live.
Exactly. No, I'm not.
All right, so
I'm not having a debate. I'm just having a conversation. And if you're not open to evidence, then I don't.
You don't have any evidence other than hearsay, though. You have no evidence other than the church father said it, or your so-called whatever historians you want to lean into, because you're not studying. You're not looking for opposition to what you're saying. So did you study those who are antithetical to your point of view, or you only read those who agree with you?
No, I look into a bunch of different beliefs and like what even other religions and atheists and a bunch of people say.
So you cannot say that all historians agree to the existence of Christ, because then you would know that was not true. You would know that there are plenty of historians that oppose this point of view. So then that means you were disingenuous about that statement. If you actually have done research and have actually looked at other evidence that was contrary to your belief, then you would have to concede that there are many historians that agree that Jesus did not exist.
So what we do when we really want to look at evidence, we look at the majority view of credible historians.
And they're only credible if they agree with you?
No, but we look at take all historians. We look at the majority of all historians.
And the majority says Jesus didn't exist because they see
that go factually incorrect.
If you go and talk to a lot of people have been coming up saying, and I don't know how true it is because I never talked to a Jewish believer, but they said that all the books of the Torah are allegory. They don't take the book like Christians do as things that actually happened in time and space. Only Christians do that. They understand that the Torah, which is the first or the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Bible, are allegory. They know this. The only people that don't know this are Christians. Christians are the only one taking these stories as true. And Islam and Christianity are the only ones that look at these books and take them as actual history books.
Even Jews believe Jesus existed, though.
Oh, here
And
we
if they
go.
do,
Here we go.
it doesn't matter. The
See,
point
like,
is, it
this
doesn't
is-
matter. It doesn't
They
matter.
don't.
It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you know, you can look, there's a book out right now called Christ Before Jesus, and it talks about how there is little to no evidence that a real Jesus that was crucified and et cetera, even existed. So
That's
there's
so
real
incorrect.
evidence of that. So if you don't want to believe that, that's fine. If you just have your belief, have your belief. Feel
But
free.
see, the difference between me and you is I have beliefs backed by evidence.
No, you don't. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You guys just don't
You have
accept.
belief. You can have belief.
No, but you guys
That's
just don't
fine.
accept evidence.
No,
You said-
I have a whole site right now that I'm looking at right now that has all the examples on how Josephus, Tacitus, Polycarp, all these writers from Jewish historians and Roman historians from that time period are not. There are certain parts of those writings that talk about what Christians would call a Jesus, but they're actually referring to Christ, which actually is a term that existed before Jesus even existed, before Christians believed that he existed. And so it talks about how these particular resources that a lot of Christians like to bring up don't actually point to a real Jesus. They never actually name Jesus by name. None of them do. They talk about a title which existed before Jesus existed. The website is called mythicism.web.app. And the book that I'm referring to is called Christ Before Jesus. And you can find that wherever you find books. But long story short, it goes into how these writers, any concept and reading of Jesus as a historical figure that comes up in Jewish and Roman historian writers comes up in the 2nd century. He's not a 1st century invention. He's a 2nd century invention that they're trying to retrofit for the purposes of spreading whatever this new religion. And Christianity was originally a cult that turned in, that spread into
It's still a
the
cult.
Roman.
It's still a cult.
Yes, it's a cult. It's still a cult.
You
It's still
can't
a
have
cult.
you can't have free thinkers. Can't have people that question it, because if you question too much, you're demon possessed. You have it's Satan. You know, you deem questioning an attack, a personal attack on you, and so now everything is deemed demonic if you question any of the veracity of this doctrine.
Right. Okay. So what you said about there's no 1st century evidence of Jesus existing. If you take all the 1st century evidence of Jesus existing and throw it out the window, then yeah, of course there's no 1st century evidence of Jesus existing.
Okay, so that is the main issue. So therefore, let me just say this really quickly. Therefore, if they've gotten the time frame of where this Jesus was supposed to have existed incorrect, and we're supposed to count these Christian and Jewish writers as accurate, right? If we're supposed to believe that they're accurate, but we're talking about a time period that's at minimum 100 years after Jesus was supposed to have died, how can you take the other aspects of those writings as historical fact? Not to mention, there's many anachronisms in the Gospels. And, you know, all the New Testament, there's so many anachronisms in the Gospels that you can't believe that it's historical fact because it's just historically impossible.
Okay, so wait, why you're saying that 100 years later, why are you just ignoring all the things written about Jesus in the 1st century?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. There were no things written about Jesus in the 1st century. That's
No, but
exactly
there
what
were.
I've been
There
saying
were,
this
though.
whole
There
time.
were. But there were.
Name them.
When do you believe that the Gospels were actually written?
No. Pause. You said there were. We're gonna go back since I'm wrong. You said that there were 1st century writers about Jesus. Name who they are.
Matthew, Luke, Mark, John.
You can't. Oh my God. See, this is how I know we're not serious.
Okay, when do you think they were
We're
written?
not serious.
When were they written? When were they written?
I don't know the name, them off the top of my head. I know they're not in the 1st century. At the very minimum, 2nd century, and there are many anachronisms. The Gospels don't even line up in what their stories are. So somebody's inaccurate.
But see, you're saying they're not in the 1st century. That's just incorrect.
They're not.
50 AD, 60 AD, 70 AD, that's 1st century. Do you know in the 1st century?
They weren't written in the 1st century, as I'm trying to tell you.
But they were. They were written.
Prove it.
No.
Show me.
So you want evidence that the Gospel's written, or do you not accept that evidence?
You're the one who thinks Christianity is worth defending. So go ahead and defend it. Tell me.
So do you want the evidence, or are you not?
I'm
going to
here
accept that
listening.
evidence? Okay, so Luke, who wrote Luke and Acts, right?
Luke is highly inaccurate. Most even Christian theologians don't even believe Luke is accurate.
Yeah, that's correct. They actually deem him as one of the most
look up the census of
accurate.
Quirinius. Look up the
They
census.
actually look at him as one of the most accurate.
Let me explain to you
historians.
how Luke is inaccurate. Do you want to go down this road?
So are you just gonna like cut me off or let me?
I am
explain?
going to cut you off when you're saying something wrong. Yeah, I am.
Yeah, you do that.
You can't prove to me that Luke is accurate. Most historians agree. Even Christian historians believe that Luke is inaccurate.
You could throw in author Isaiah in there and author Peter.
Wait a minute, who's speaking? Please don't do that. You were the last
That's
up on
me,
my
please,
panel.
boy.
Please mute until we get to you. You're the last person up on the panel. You don't get to be the first to speak.
So you like that fried chicken then, bitch?
You're a bitch and get off my damn channel, idiot.
Christian streamer right there for you all. A Christian streamer. We love it. We love to see the racism.
Girl, I don't care. They
I'm gonna give you. Yeah, you can have some time to think through and look up the sense of Quirinius, and we have other folks in the panel. We'll come back to you.
So
No, take your time. Take your time.
Basically, what happened here? Every time I gave evidence, you guys denied it.
You did not give any evidence. I asked you for proof.
And you cut me off every time.
I know what's so bad about fried chicken, right? I know, right?
I was just about to give. I was just about to give you evidence.
Where's your proof? Go ahead.
I was just about to give you evidence that gospels were written in the first century. You want it now, or are you gonna
go for it?
Okay, so we know when the gospels were written. We know when the books of Luke and Acts were written, based on Acts not mentioning things like the destruction of the temple and the death of Paul, etc., stuff like that. And we know we can date that stuff back to like at least 64, 70 AD, the latest.
That's not accurate.
That's very accurate.
The Gospels were written as Jewish writers wrote after the destruction of the temple in 70. Okay, they're not before 70 at the very, very minimum. That's why they mention all the things that they mention. Rabbis are never mentioned at all in the Old Testament. That's a 2nd century invention. There's all different kinds of things that are mentioned in the New Testament Gospels that do not exist, that are not accurate according to Jewish history. I actually took a course on this, but that's not even neither here nor there. The point is that you don't have any real evidence. Go ahead and find your evidence and come back.
Okay, if you want to let me finish, that's incorrect because Acts likely, and many historians say this, if Acts was written after the destruction of the temple and after the death of Paul, it would have mentioned both those things. Mentions neither one of them. That's why they date.
You can't prove something by a negative. You can't say that because it doesn't include this one thing, then therefore it's dated after a certain time period. That's not how we decide when things were actually created and written. That's not how you decide that.
Yeah, but even many historians will tell you that if Acts was written after those things, they would have almost certainly mentioned that because that's
not a real thing. That's not a way to date. That's not a way to date historical text.
Absolutely is a way to date.
No, it's not.
Okay, so how is that? Explain to me how it's not a way to date.
I already told you that. I just said that.
Why is it not a way to date?
You can't prove something with a negative. You understand that concept, right?
Yeah, but that is how are you going to say that?
So Acts is not about the destruction of the temple. It was written post-destruction of the temple. So I don't understand why you assume that it had to have mentioned any of that at all.
Because it definitely would have mentioned that and the death of Paul.
You don't know that. That's not even the subject of.
Speaking of opinion as fact is just ridiculous because even the Bible tells you all the things that happened by the Christ were not told. If it did, it would have been exhaustive. So please stop. There's no definite anything when it comes to this script. But I'm about to move to the next person. You can free to stay until we get more guests that want to come up. I'm going to the next guest. Please mute. Hello, Aaron. Welcome. How are you? You can unmute.
I'm doing just great. How about yourself?
Oh, amazing. Thank you.
I love this, what you're doing here. I was just looking at, your screen here. Your word is God. The Bible is, yeah. you're where I was probably, I don't know, 7-8 years ago. And every day I dabble into some of this because I want to remember, I want to know the truth. You know, I used to be a staunch Christian myself, you know. I knew that there was something out there and I was searching for it because what I'm searching for is searching for me, you know. And it's amazing, you know, we all go up the same mountain, we just take different paths. That's the way that I look at it, you know. And I'm like, okay, I was awakened. What really kind of awakened me was something that could be ridiculous, could be true. Watching The Matrix, it just woke me up. It woke me up. So I am Neo, but at the same time, that's the beginning of this stuff. The reason I came up was because there's so many layers to this rabbit hole. You know, we don't want to get stuck in our journey, our ascension, because I mean, you know, you got Matrix 1 to 3, and then now they went back and did another one. And it did 4, the reset. How many resets have we had? How many times have we come here? Some people, some spiritual beings, this might be their first trip. Evidently, I've been here before. That's what I had to come to grips with. So it's okay. We're all fractals of the one. So some of us, we came, some haven't, maybe been their first time coming, you know what I mean? So I believe in Christ consciousness, but you can call it by different names if you would like. But I do believe in Christ consciousness, you know, and whoever, whatever this was, whatever name you want to call it, was trying to show us how to be, but it was hijacked. That message was hijacked. And if you weigh the Bible against itself, it fails big time. It just fails. I mean, most of the New Testament, you know, was written by Paul, and the other disciples didn't even like him. He said, how can he go talk about Jesus Christ and he didn't even know him? Oh, he had a vision. You know, not even a quote unquote eyewitness account. And he just flipped the whole thing and made him a political figure, quote unquote, made him a soldier in the army for the Roman Empire and stuff. I mean, the whole thing is just wow, 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 wow. So I think to myself, how many times has this reset happened? Just how many times, and where is this all going? And everyone's destiny is to return to the one, you know, because we have that fractal. We are a fractal of that. And we're just having different experiences. We're just collecting data and sending it back to the one, to know what it's like to be a tree or a rock or Aaron Bailey in the 21st century or whoever, you know what I mean? It's a beautiful story. And like the gentleman that was just talking, I just say, Father, forgive him for he know not what he do. You know what I mean? You can only walk in the light that you have. And I don't want to be like them and be angry. Come out from among them. You know, so that's what I'm saying. I didn't throw the whole thing out. You know, a broke clock is right twice a day.
Right.
So I can't throw the whole darn thing out. But at the same time, I know that it's been manipulated. But my intuition leads and guides me.
Right.
I mean, the first time it showed up, I was like 6 years old, walking in my father's garden. Isn't that amazing?
Beautiful.
You know, when this consciousness came to me, and I didn't know what to do with it. I didn't have the tools. But now we have the tools. If a person wants to remain ignorant in this day and time, wow, that's a choice. Because there's so much evidence. Not what other people say. You need to seek this stuff for your damn self.
Well, the delusion is upon everyone that comes into this third dimensional plane through the birth canal. And so revelation is a happening. No one is willfully choosing to be ignorant. The delusion is just still there. The veil has not lifted. Like you said, the veil lifted for you whenever it lifted for you. And it's going to lift for them, who knows, it may be 2,000 incarnations. I don't know. I'm not here to judge anyone else's path or journey. When it happens, it happens. When it's ready for them to receive. No one knows when the Christ returns in every individual, because the Christ returning is in every moment to moment experience. And no one knows when the Son of Man shall return. No one knows. No one can pinpoint when someone is going to get that revelation that thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God.
No one knows the Father but the Son, and no one knows the Son but the Father.
It comes from revelation.
I digress. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Hello, Sienna. How are you? Please double tap the screen. Almost 70 in here. Let's get 50K the easy way. Don't forget to double tap the screen. Tapping is clapping. That's how you show that you actually are enjoying the live, and it pushes the live out to those who may find this live of interest. Hello, welcome. Sienna.
I'm trying to eat this ice fast enough.
Oh.
Come right back to me.
Okay. I think it was New Fun at Nufaneski. How do you say that? No fun. Are you there? Some of these names.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is.
You're right. Are you there, No Fun? Are you ready, Sienna?
Yeah.
Okay.
So good morning.
Good morning.
I noticed that I've been coming on your lives in the morning, and then like on my other device, and then I'll get caught up with a client and forget I'm still watching. So I noticed it would say live ended when I go and get my phone, but I listen to it for the most part. And you're always dropping nuggets, so I appreciate you. But I do have a question. I was thinking, how do you think, with us being our own creators, do you think we chose our childhood experiences? Do you think we created that?
I mean, I don't think it was choosing it was choosing out of ignorance, not out of knowing.
So do you think the momentum already existed and we just came through that?
Well, we fell into duality, and duality creates fear, and fear produces whatever, right? Fear is going to produce the hate. It's going to produce what we are perceiving as neglect, abandonment, trauma. That's what the duality brings about. The illusion of separateness.
You're right.
So it's not choosing as I want to experience these horrific things. No, it's choosing I have no knowledge that my mind is the creative power within me. See, the law does not bend or change regardless of age.
You're right. So do you think a child, whether or not they've had a healthy environment growing, as a child, do you think it's a standard, what is the word I'm looking for? Do you think it's a standard, like, distorted sense of self that everyone comes through the canal, like into this expression?
Oh, yes, but we know every child is not experiencing an unloving environment. That's not every child's story. Some children actually have parents that are awakened to the truth, but they're still going to have their own journey. They may be being told, oh, my parents were telling me this, but it didn't click till I was 15. Or I didn't get it till I was 25. But my parents were saying this the whole time. They were telling me my thoughts create my reality, that if I believe it, I can conceive it. If I believe it, I can achieve it. If I thought about it, I can bring it about. I was hearing it my whole life, but I never got it. I never understood it until this age, until I finally, sunk in. The seed finally bloomed. Because everyone is going to have their own individualized expression or journey or path.
So do you think I'm just curious about your opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we chose our parents? Do you think we played a part in that co-creation?
Some people say we do. Because we forgot, do we really know?
No, you got a point.
Right? I mean, you probably did before you entered into the womb. You're like, okay, I'm gonna, but it's still, again, this foreknowing is really forgetting. Because if you don't remember, it doesn't matter if you chose it or not. You don't remember that you chose it. I guess if that makes you feel better. But again, it's going to beg the question. Some people are having some really traumatic experiences and they're going to say, I did not choose this. I did not choose having my body be abused and my mind be mentally abused. I did not choose that. And we're not saying choosing as in wanting. We're saying choosing out of ignorance, not knowing.
Right.
But we all, if we're consciousness experiencing itself, we did choose to have the experience of being human and all that would entail. And we all chose to forget that we were the creator of it as we experienced the illusion of separateness.
Yeah, I get that. I can see that. I understand your perspective. I mean, I get it. I was just curious. I was thinking about that last night, actually, when I was
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think anyone's perspective is wrong. It's whatever satisfies you, right? Because there's infinite ways to perceive this reality, and no one, if it's serving you, if it works for you, I can't say what's true or false or what's right or wrong. To thy own self be true.
Yeah, okay. And then on the other side of things, a lot of these Christian folks that come in here with their doctrine, do you think that for them just coming in here and popping in, do you think there's still a version of ourselves that resonates with that frequency?
There are versions of ourselves that's looking to be awakened. They're coming here to get the seed planted. They're coming here because they want to know, but don't know that they want to know.
Would you consider them a reflection of self?
Well, everything is consciousness. So everything is a reflection of consciousness. But what I'm perceiving, whatever you are perceiving individually is your own concept of your reality. However, I'm perceiving these interactions is my own consciousness of reality. So we are unique expressions. We are individualized. Although we're all co-creating this one experience, you're only experiencing your assumptions, not mine. Right? So it's whatever you say it is, that's what it is for you. And that's for everyone in this room. Everyone is seeing this interaction from their own personal assumptions. Whatever they are want to perceive this reality as. Because some people will see it as wrong, irritating, agitating, And others will say, oh, this is fun, this is playful, I don't really care, I'm not, I'm just having a good old time. Everyone is going to have a different reality when it comes to this interaction.
Yep, that's true.
So we're not going to see it the same. I'm going to see it differently than you are, because what I'm thinking, because what I accept is true.
Makes sense. Okay. Well, I didn't really have any other questions. If something comes up, I'll say something. But I'm listening, liking, and just
appreciate that.
I'm waiting for the saints to come in. Really, that'd be the highlight of my morning. I'm waiting.
You like those conversations? Some people probably be like, debate if you want to. Some people probably want me to put on the screen, debate and come up if you do not agree. No, thank you.
Sometimes like I'll go live and they'll ask me about, my beliefs, and they're similar to the ones who always come on this panel. And the saints be coming for me. I'll be like, here we go. They're like, so you believe you're a God? I'm like, yes, absolutely.
Right.
Oh, wow. Oh, you're gonna burn. I'm like, oh, that doesn't sound fun. I don't think that's gonna happen to me. Maybe you, but not.
That part.
They're ready to like rebuke me. They're talking about, and this one guy was like, I'm gonna follow you because I gotta study these types of demons.
Whoa.
I'm like, oh goodness.
Yeah,
right.
they love the name calling. The name calling is the forte. They love to go. You say when you go high, they're gonna go low to the low to the low. So you got to go. You can wrestle around in the dirt with them if you want to, because it's all a play anyway.
Yeah,
it's all a play anyway.
They're like, don't you believe in heaven and hell?
No,
I'm like, absolutely. It depends on your mind. If you choose to be in that space, that's what you chose. You chose that. I didn't. Nobody in the sky chose that for me. You chose that, and you're trying to send me there with your own perception. It's not working. You can't save me. I don't want to be saved by you. I save me. It was come for me.
Not the third dimension is a hell. The third dimension is whatever you say it is. The third dimension is your beliefs made manifest. The third dimension is not hell. My third dimension isn't hell. I guess your third dimension is hell, but my third dimension ain't hell. The hell is experienced as a sleepwalker.
Yeah.
That's when you experience hell, when you don't know who you are. But when you know who you are, you're supposed to bring heaven down to earth, on earth as it is in heaven. That's the will that shall be done. And the heaven is only going to come from within, because what you see is what's in you, as within, so without. So if you're seeing without is a hell, then that's what's in you. That's how it goes. What's in you will be what? Reflected outside of you. You are projecting onto this third screen of space. The third screen of space is your screen, as in a movie screen. And you are the projector. And you're only seeing your own consciousness. So I see beauty wherever I go.
And he was like, seek ye the kingdom. Do you know what that means? I'm like, I know what my kingdom means. He was like, seek ye the kingdom. I'm like, what is your kingdom? The kingdom is God. I'm like, okay. Oh, all right. Okay. So since I couldn't seek ye the kingdom, I had other entities in me. They literally were just saying all kind of stuff because they couldn't understand where I was coming from. I was trying to explain.
Yeah.
But the kingdom is your own mind. Yeah. It's your mind. It's not no separate entity.
So it's hell, right? Like you said, so it's hell, right? Why keep creating hell when you know that you're your creator? When you know your word is creator, why would you continue to manifest hell when that's a choice? Choose this day who you're going to serve. I set before you good and evil, blessings and curses, life and death. because life and death are in the power of the tongue. So choose life that you and your seed may live, because again, those that love it shall eat the fruit thereof.
Absolutely. Yep. And then they get me with the sinner thing. He was like, do you know what a sin is? Because you're a sinner. Do you know what a sin is? I'm like, a sin? I was like, I think I have a great idea. You ready? He was like, what is this sin? And I said, blasphemy. You want to know who against? Self. I said self. I'm not going to sit here and call myself a sinner. That's blasphemy. How dare I? I am thee.
That part.
But yeah, I'm going to go back on mute.
Thank you. Okay, so we have occultist, and then we have me after that. Hello, occultist.
Yes, greetings, Miss Prosperous. Can I refer to you as that?
Yes, greetings.
All right, so I've been following you for several weeks now. I'm very much impressed with your knowledge and continue to spread the truth. I don't know how to put it, but I don't want to sound condescending or anything like that. But I think women needs to hear this message even more than men, because I think women are kind of most women nowadays are like single mothers and stuff like that, and women need to know who they really are, and so I really want
maybe say by the call. We've been saved by the call. Because where are we going with
Here we go. I'm gonna go make my coffee.
Is he gonna make your coffee?
This time.
Yes, can you hear me?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Unfortunately.
All right. I wanted to point out 2 scriptures, but I can't read the scriptures from my phone while I'm talking. You feel me? But the story about Moses and the Israelites, when I was reading the story the other day, I was paying attention to it, and God was basically saying that he put the Israelites through testing, like he was trying to test their faith or test their heart or whatsoever. You feel me? So one of the most important stories for the Christian doctrine is the Israelites and Moses leading the Israelites out of bondage, which is Egypt, right? But when I pay attention specifically to that story, God said he was the one who put them through the bondage. So
okay, so we're going to end this conversation. I'm the wrong panel. We're the wrong platform, and we're just not interested. We're not interested.
Did I say something wrong?
Yeah. We're not into the religious mindset. We're not into the blame game. Eve never even existed. So your whole entry point is just, you're in the wrong entry point. Where your starting point is off. I don't agree with it. I don't really want to talk about it, and I really don't want to hear about it either. So if you want to, if you need to go to a Christian life, they'll mostly align with that mindset that Eve is the reason that we are in.
No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I didn't know.
First of all, hold on. You came here talking about women. Single women need to hear what you're saying. So that first off was the issue. And then, the more you talk, the more I realized I didn't want to hear what you had to say, because you started off on the wrong foot talking about that single women are mostly single mothers, or women are mostly single mothers, and they need to hear what you got to say. No, they don't. They don't need that. You need to go find that audience, which means you need to start your own live and then have people come in that want to listen to it. And since this is my live, I don't want to talk about it. And it's not a democracy. This is a dictatorship because it's my live. And I don't want to hear what you have to say. So have a good day.
All right, have a good day.
Thank you. That's what? Hey, Mia. Beautiful me. I know, right? Like, where were we going with that? Ugh.
Not him listening to you for several weeks and he didn't read the room for all the weeks.
That girl.
was he doing for all the weeks?
Waiting
He
to
was thinking
do,
about
doing digging his
entry point.
potatoes, trying to figure out when he was gonna jump into the double dutch rope.
Wait, so you was listening to a woman for 3 weeks just to come on the mic and say women is the problem?
Hello.
Hold on for a second. 1 second. Please mute when you come up.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. That was entertaining for the short period of time. But I had a very fun week with the Christians. Oh, so I share things because sometimes I feel like it's my duty to desensitize people. And when I say that, I'm gonna make you respect people's minds. And when I just feel like we live in a world that likes to debate people's minds and their beliefs. I have mine, you have yours, hold your controller. I'm gonna hold mine. People want to make group projects out of everything, and that's not what it is. And if I have to be an example for that, I will, because that's always been important to me, even before I deconstructed. I've always been super autonomous and just wanting to be. And, I was talking with someone, was I talking to her? I don't remember who I was talking to, but I just remember as a little girl, when you're in school and, you're running around being yourself and just being kind of punished for being yourself. Mm-hmm. I was always witty and talkative and active, probably a little ADHD, and I would stay in time out. I would stay missing recess. But it was never for fighting. It was never for being mean to my peers. It was never from disrespecting the teacher. It was never for doing those things. It was just always for talking out of turn or running around. Where's Mia? She ain't in her seat, Mm-hmm. But I always felt like, why am I being put in time out for just being me? Yeah. Is being me bad? I'm bad. Mm. And that touches me because, and then when I became an adult, I work with children and I always see children when they're 3 and 4 and they just have all this life. And by the time they hit about 3rd, 4th grade, they like little zombies, their personality gone. Mm. So I just look at myself with that and I'm just like, that's just the world we live in. We go through school and that whole system, right? That wants to kind of strip you of knowing that you're divine and your divinity and just being experienced in the world like yourself. But anyway, that's a whole nother thing. But my experience with the Christians this week, I share my posts and I don't always share things that I see on TikTok, like on my actual Facebook page. Okay. Because my Facebook I'm literally just still on that page for like old family members, people just to keep in contact with. Mm-hmm. That's literally the only reason why I still have a Facebook. But I shared a post by that kind of like that young, lighter complected guy that I like to watch. And I shared a post, I think it was about the story of like Adam and Eve. And I was like, yeah, see, this makes sense. And I was just sharing it. And I would just post, because I post my thoughts. And one thing I do, I like to practice what I preach. Okay. Meaning that I don't go under anyone's posts. Whether I disagree or you can post about the Lord and Jesus Christ and the church all day. I will never enter your chat and tell you why you're wrong. I respect your thoughts because I expect that as well. Right. And imagine that. We don't never get that from them. Mm. And I just think it's grossly disrespectful. That's just like you telling me, Mia, I really love spaghetti. It's so delicious. Why you like spaghetti? Spaghetti gross. You don't need to be eating no spaghetti. You need to go eat you some fettuccine alfredo. Throw that spaghetti stupid. Why you eat spaghetti? That's how you look when you do that. Why you worry about what I like? I think it's like, why do you have such a fixation on me? Worry about what you like. Don't you have something that you like? Think about that. Anyway, I made a post. I mean, it's really, that's how it really sounds.
You're so funny, girl.
Like, how dare you?
You're
Come
so
like
funny,
rain on my parade about spaghetti.
Right.
Who asked you? And then sometimes I want to get disrespectful and be like, who the fuck asked you? Mm-hmm. Why you care why?
Right.
And then I'm rude. But you was rude first.
Right.
But anyway, so I make my little post and it's just me because I'm sharing my thoughts. And this girl I know that's been trying to hang out with me and I know her a little bit, but And we got along. She wanted, and she came up there and she wanted to, which I call proselytize, preach, another word for preach. And she came with it, well, no, Bible's literal and da-da-da. And all I said was, this isn't a debate post, hon. And I just put a little heart and deleted the comment. Well, she was mad. She was mad. I'm like, oh my God, I heard
the entitlement, right? Like, I have a right to come to your post and tell you that you're wrong. I have a right to come and correct error. Not on my post, you don't.
I don't have to validate you. I'm already affirmed in my thought. If I say something, it's okay. You could have literally did what I did. You could have went on your little page and made a whole post about what you believe. And if you want to debate, everyone that came under your post, y'all could have had a whole fun time all day debating. But I have a right, you know, and she just got so mad and then went on her page. See, the Lord don't want you connected to certain people. And da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That was at 8 in the morning. I look up at 2 p.m. We still connected on Facebook. Well, I thought you didn't want to be connected to me. I need you to delete me. Because it's giving you really want my attention. So let me help you. Anyway, so outside of that, and then, oh my God, I had made another post earlier in the week about just my journey and how I get fulfillment and how, you know, the church comes off as performative. And I just like to get the word and the way I get mine, you know, whatever. I don't even remember what I said. And here come them old church members coming out the cracks like the Thriller video.
Not the Thriller video.
You know the Thriller video when they started coming out the grave. Where did y'all come from? I ain't seen y'all in years. And they didn't say anything, but they just kind of popped up on my stories, watching my stories, like, what Mia talking about? Yeah, because I struck a nerd, because I put it up. Because y'all know I don't be lying. Okay, a little bit about me. I'm a truth teller. And the truth can never be a diss. I don't be lying. And y'all really be mad because I said the truth. Y'all know church is performative. Y'all know it is. Y'all know it is. And then I think I threw a little something about the Masons. You know you a Mason. Is you a Mason? Yes. So, okay.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
you in those secret societies.
Like, don't be in your feelings. Like, do what you do and be strong in your faith and of what you do. Because I am very strong in what I do. Yeah. You ain't gonna come in here trying to debate and convince me. What you think you can change my mind?
Right.
You think you can change my mind? How dare you think I'm weak as fuck? My mind's strong as hell. I'm a little offended if you think you just come swindle in here and just change who I am. Like, that is just weird to me. And then I saw my little church page from my old church page. I just hit a link, and it was an old lady. This is my childhood church. I was going to that church since 6 years old. And I grew up in that church. My mom joined that church when we were 6. And, you know, my mom was always a praying mother, but my mom wasn't the one that lived in the church now. My mom was pretty, you know, we were on the choir. We led a song. I led a song. I led Somebody Prayed for Me. Okay. That was my song. Okay. And my mom was, you know, a good little singer. She sang, and we went to like choir rehearsal. My mama went to a Bible study every now and then, but she wasn't one of them that just lived in the church. Okay. But we went regularly. We gonna go on Sunday. Okay. But, you know, I grew up in that church, but my mom always kind of felt a little disconnected because we weren't a part of the family that was in the church. It was a family church. If you ever know, in this Baptist church, so it was a church full of families. Right. So if you weren't related to the families in the church, you were kind of like an outsider. Right. Because churches, especially Baptist churches, are very cliquish, and it's very divisive. And the preachers looked at like the head, and you got to listen to him, and he's the father of the church, and then you got the mother of the church, and all of this, and it's just very idol worship. Like, you go from worshiping the Jesus and the worshiping the pastor and all of this, and you got to do, and it's like they're telling you how to live, and they wrong as shit. Yeah. And anyway, in this video I saw, it was an old lady. The lady, like, she was over 70, and you know, they have this period at church called Call to the Altar, where they sing this song, oh, come another Lord. You know, they play their most slave sounding song they could find.
Right.
And they play that song to get everybody in their emotions, to make them feel like they ain't worthy. Oh Lord, I done had fornicated. Oh, I drank a whole bottle of wine this week. Oh my God. Oh, and they make everybody feel all guilty, and they walk to the altar and go tell the church all their damn business.
Yeah.
And then they go to the front, and this old lady sitting up there shaking and rolling, and they singing, and the pastor standing up there on the pulpit just looking down on her like, God, like we about to say. And I was just a little disgusted.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is this bullshit?
I know, right?
This need to be on a movie about the cult.
Religion is a cult. I don't know why we don't see that. There's anytime you can't think for yourself and you question it, questioning is seen as a demonic attack, that's a cult.
Yeah. And I just be like, and I remember just growing up, I went to church and I knew I love God and I want to have a relationship with God, and I believed in God, but I was never attached to the church. I was just always in church when shit like that happened. I'd just be looking like, what is going on? This is weird. And then people make you feel guilty about not having the Holy Spirit. Like, you ain't touched by this? No. I'm a little entertained, but not
It's emotional manipulation, right?
Absolutely.
Not only emotional, but psychological. But they got to get your emotions first.
Oh, and don't get me started on communion Sundays. You got to wait till you're a certain age, and then they pass around that bag of hats. And then, I know it was the blood. I know it was the blood.
Spiritual cannibalism, right?
Yes.
Like, you really are told you're actually partaking in the body and blood.
Yes. Take ye and drink ye all of it. Take the bread, this bread, and they got to say this speech. You take, this is the bread, and this is his body. You take ye and eat ye all of it. Then you get that little grape juice, that Welch's grape juice. This is his blood.
Some people actually drink wine now. The grape juice was for those who were against wine drinkers. They didn't believe in, like, the Pentecostal churches or Pentecostal light churches didn't believe in the wine.
I went to a Pentecostal church.
Yeah,
yes,
they
was drinking wine after church.
And Pentecostal?
Yes.
Pentecostals, I know they didn't believe in wine. They didn't believe in they didn't believe in that. They did not believe in makeup. They did not believe in women wearing pants. You had to dress modestly. Like, if your skirt was just above the knee, you sat down and maybe raised mid, like just above the knee, or they make sure they had a handkerchief for you. Imagine you cannot be seducing the pastor with your legs now. Don't be seducing the brothers. Don't be seducing brothers with them legs. Make sure you cover them legs, girl.
What? In all the pictures they made of that man, that white man, Jesus, he was wearing a goddamn dress. Jesus had a dress on. Dress and sandals. It could have been a muumuu. But Jesus' outfit looked like a little muumuu.
That's hilarious. I'm amused.
Jesus had on a muumuu. Jesus was scooting around the house with them sandals and a muumuu.
Them sandals and a muumuu.
So wait, you said Jesus was cross-dressing?
I'm saying, how you gonna tell people not to wear this and not to wear that in church? You can't wear this and wear that. Jesus had on a muumuu and sandals. That's all I'm saying. So I'm just saying, like, the church, you just think of all the stuff that don't make sense. Like, y'all doing like ritual of blood sacrifice. Now it makes sense why so many Christians are for the sacrifice of babies now. Because I used to be looking at Christians upside the head, like, y'all voting for that? I mean, no judgment, but it just made me think. Well, now it makes sense because y'all praise the sacrifice of a whole human every week, once a month. So I get it now. Cool, y'all cool. But the church, it's just, it's so weird, and it's a cult because how they treat you when you're not part of it anymore. Like, dang, I still love the Lord, but it's like, but the good thing is, some people like, y'all mad at me. You don't know I ain't lied. I don't offend. I tell the truth.
You know, I'm never disrespectful. I just post the truth. You can
Right.
take it or leave it. Now, if you chose for my truth on my page to make you mad, that's something you got to deal with. Your emotions is you better walk on water like the man in the dress and them sandals did.
That
If you
part.
see my post and it get you in your feelings, you better walk on water.
That part.
But you can't do it because you don't even know what walk on water means. The
Nope.
pastor didn't even tell you what it meant. The pastor just said it was a miracle.
Only Jesus and Peter can do it.
Even though Jesus told you you're gonna do greater things, and I ain't seen nobody walk on water yet.
Since it's so literal.
Because it's so literal. That's why they don't believe in shit. Because you're taking the Bible literally, and so you can't literally see that shit happen no more.
Pretty as when they said y'all was the same kid, she was the same way.
Oh, and then I saw another clip. They praise dancing to Gucci Mane and rap lyrics and changing it to Jesus words. Man, bye.
That's what they did for Halloween. It was Hallelujah night. Instead of Halloween, we still got to dress up in costumes. They just changed the name of it. We was doing the same thing. They just called it Hallelujah night instead of Halloween. And you still got to come in with costumes.
My mama knew I was a fool. That's why me and my mama was so connected, because my mama knew I was great. When I was little, when I went in that church in the first Christmas, they brought out Black Santa. And I was like, who the hell is this? And Santa was like this old black, he could come out of there. Oh. I was like, Santa dying. And he had the most raggedy outfit on. I was like, who is this? Where's Santa? Because I'm 6, right? I ain't seen nothing but old white jolly man with rosy cheeks. And here comes this old black deacon in this raggedy Santa outfit handing out bags of fruit. Oh, they gave us fruit and peppermints in our bags at church. How dare you? Don't half-ass play Santa.
Not fruit and peppermints.
Fruit and peppermint. I open up the bag.
Y'all 50-year-old, y'all 70-year-old mamas. y'all
Toyia, you just be glad you didn't join the Christian church until you was in your 30s. You ain't missed nothing. But some bud.
Like we gonna make y'all grannies real quick. We gonna get y'all some
you get
fruit.
some nuts. Yes, Dominique. You gonna get some pecans in there. I don't even like pecans. I like peanuts. I ain't get no peanuts. They put pecans in there. And man, don't no children want no apple and oranges and no peppermints from no bootleg Black Santa. No, I don't want to see
them nuts and no nutcracker, walnuts, nigga toes. They use my family called I don't know what the real name is, but that hard nut. And it's real dark. You got cracking in the whole nut is white. They used to put nigga toes, pecans, and walnuts. And we went at the church with that meal. I'm going to tell you, my grandmother, my mom's mom, used to do that for us. And we would get gifts, too, around Christmas time. But you would look forward to it because she would put chocolate, nuts, fruit. That's what she ain't put peppermint. But she did that. I can remember it just being gorgeous. They really did a number on us. They really did a number on us. Because it's good times. Most of the times when I got a gift, sometimes my grandmother forgot about me. I don't think. I was the third kid out of 4. I don't know how the hell you forgot that it was 4 and I was in the middle, but that was cool.
I got gifts from my mom and them, but the church, they could have kept that.
The church
could have kept that. The church, y'all didn't have to do that. If y'all ain't supposed to believe, it's supposed to be pagan, ain't it? Why is y'all even playing with it?
The church said, we gonna turn this into something holy. It ain't about.
We're doing Easter
They don't teach you anything about the history of the holidays, for sure.
Oh no, they don't know anything, right? They making sure you got they celebrating Christmas, they celebrating Easter, they got the Easter eggs and the bunnies and all that, but they want to call it Resurrection Sunday. Wow.
We had us doing Easter eggs at church, Toyia. We was hunting eggs at church.
That's how you know the church is just as confused as the world is. They want to make it like they're the leaders of the world. They're going to be the ones that's going to lead the world, and they're going to be the light of the world. You're just as confused as the world is. You're doing everything the world do, and you claim that you're supposed to be separate. You're the called out ones, right? You're the called out ones. You're supposed to be citizens in a strange land. Here y'all all voting for Republicans because they're against transgender and gays. And y'all sitting up here putting y'all trust in the government. Your trust supposed to be in Jesus.
Exactly.
Like, what we
And
doing?
someone in
know what they're
the
doing.
comments asked me, what do I subscribe to? I subscribe to Netflix. All right, I'm gonna land my plane.
Right.
All right.
I know that's right. I subscribe to Netflix. Let's go. Hey,
Now, I'm
hey,
finna
hey,
get back on
Dominique.
Peacock got some good stuff.
Right.
Peacock
Hey,
got some good stuff too.
hey, Dominique.
Hey, y'all! I'm so glad
So
to
I
be
see you
back in
changed
here.
your name.
What?
Wait. Oh, okay, I remember you. Okay. I have to look at the name again. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I ain't changed.
No,
I
you
ain't
ain't
changed.
changed.
Never much wrong.
No, that's right.
I ain't
Y'all
changed.
supposed to be meeting up.
We done
Oh,
linked
we
up
talked on the phone to like
on the phone.
two in the
Yes.
morning.
Oh my goodness, let's go. I love
Yes,
it.
hey,
I
Leah.
love it.
Hey, boo.
love it. Oh, that's so beautiful. Friendships are being formed. Oh, love it. Okay.
Deep and serious ones.
Yes, we was on the phone for like 2.5 hours.
relationships.
Yes, it was great.
Intentional. Mia, I'm so glad to see you on here. When I saw you on the panel, I was like, oh, let me go ahead and join. I don't know what they. I read over the background. I'm like, okay, we're talking about what I want to hear about, what I want to talk about too. Yeah, these holidays in my family. So I've been knowledgeable or learning, really coming into knowledge for the last 14, 15 years. So I'm still learning. But in the last 8 to 9 years, I've been like, I'm not coming, I'm not doing it. And they're like, oh, you just come and spend time with the family. So I suggested that we did something annually as a family. Every 4 months, a few times out the year, we meet up, we cook, we could talk about family business. We let the cousins and the kids play. And that'll solve that problem of if that's what y'all want, to spend time together as a family, there's no need why we have to wait for a federally recognized holiday to tell us when to celebrate and commune together.
Right.
Okay. This is what the Creator wants us to do, to be able to connect with one another on a spiritual level, and advance and prosper and have all the happiness in the world, everything that the Bible promises to you. But they distort it. They definitely distort it. And everything that they lift into the King James Version is just straight, political. So nothing that has to do with what they're talking about. Oh, just come together for the family. If you want to come together, let's do it on a damn Tuesday after you get off where all the specials are at.
Right.
Yeah, let's do that. Y'all don't want... Oh, no, I can't. I'm tired. You tired and you broke always when I say something. But as soon as that Cracker Man holiday come up, boy, you done prepared 7 days before. Yeah. You done got all the stuff. You done bought all the stuff they told you to buy. That's on sale. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they talk about how important the holidays are, the holy days. Ain't nothing holy about the days they give us. Nothing.
Right.
It's all tragic and mayhem and chaos and just sad situations. And people are just like stuffing their face with fucking dressing and turkey. So silly. So silly. I try to fast.
Okay.
Especially when November come around. I don't eat. Yeah. I won't eat. I'll drink some water, tea, or whatever. And I'll eat later on in the evening that day or the following day. While they're getting bloated and more constipated and helping their high blood pressure and diabetes.
I eat during that time and I don't claim none of that shit. Hold up. I eat during that time. I don't claim none of that. Because here's the thing. You got to know why you do what you do. When you know who you are, what the world do does not affect you. If you start giving into and giving them authority over a day, are we not giving them authority over my life? You don't get to dictate how I am going to celebrate a specific day. No one gets to tell me what I can eat, drink, do or not do. When you take back autonomy and understand your sovereignty and know that your word is God, like, do we understand what your word is God means? That means it is the creator in your life. That your words that you speak, you get to live by them. They condemn you or they justify you. Don't know holiday got nothing to do with my health. Food has nothing to do with my health. I determine my health by decreeing and declaring that I'm healthy. And so shall it be. I can eat whatever the hell I want to eat. I'm over 50 some years old and I don't know diabetes, no high blood pressure, don't go to the doctor. No problems in my body. And I eat everything that I like. I'm not going to restrict myself because the body going back to this anyway. I don't know when I'm departing this vessel. I don't know when I'm giving up the ghost. I don't know when the spirit gonna send this body back to the dust. But what I'm never going to do is restrict myself in the body. I'm going to do what I want to do when I want to do it and for however long I want to do it. That's a sovereign being that says nothing has authority over me. Not even food. Not drink.
I can agree with everything that you said except for that part. I've been quote unquote like overweight my entire life as a kid and stuff. And then when it goes to traditional foods, when it come around that time, it's always turkey, dressing. It's all these heavy foods with so much sodium. And I'm glad you don't have any kind of ailment, but I do. Like I have high blood pressure.
But do you think that's from eating it once a week? I mean, once a year? Do you really think that if you're going to say if those foods cause these diseases, it can't be because you eat it once a year?
No, that's what I'm saying. This is something I have to get out the mind frame of for myself. Anyway.
Okay.
So what I was saying, when it comes those times a year, and it's every year with my family, November and December come, they expect me to come help labor to feed us this shit that's killing us. All my people fucked up when it comes to health. It's not a lot of health mongers in my family. They don't exercise. We don't eat properly. Everybody's eating the same garbage all year round. And they just like magnify it when it comes November, December. That's why I personally do that.
But how much power do you think your word has? Do you believe that your word is God? Do you believe your word is God or no? That you don't believe your word is God?
I definitely do. But
okay, so what has more power? Does the word have more power, or the things that you do have more power? Or the things that you do are equal to the word?
It is equal. It is equal. Okay. One cannot say, okay, God is within me and this is my vessel. I want to keep my vessel as healthy as possible so I can continue on whatever my purpose is in this lifetime. So if I know that my fried chicken or pork ribs or mac and cheese or a bunch of sugar yams, a bunch of sugary stuff that we like, sugary drinks, sodas and stuff, I'm not going to, because I like the taste to my mouth. I got to sacrifice that. That's me being godlike. Instead of indulging in the pleasures that I'm used to, I'm going to restrict myself because I have the sovereignty to do that. And I want to prove something to myself. I don't have to continue to eat this bad and keep killing this vessel. And I got shit to say. Yeah, I got to be breathing, living, walking around. So everybody has a different perspective on that particular thing, I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just add something?
I guess my thing is that what's good for one is not necessarily bad for another. That's all I'm going to say. Just because that's how you deem that's required for your life, that is not a universal principle. Because there are plenty of people who eat everything that you just said and are 120 pounds, 130 pounds, and they have absolutely nothing wrong with them. And then there are people who can eat half the things you say and will still be overweight. And so and the thing is that either the mind is the creator or is not. Either the mind is the creator or is not. But we can't want to play both sides of the fence and say, well, no, it's not. It's kind of the creator. It's only the creator when I think about it. And it's not the creator because doesn't the body follow the mind, or does the body dictate the mind? Which one is it? Is the body dictating the mind and saying what should be, or is it the mind dictating reality?
It's definitely the mind dictating the body and the reality.
Okay, so then that means the body is going to do whatever you believe to be true. Whatever you believe to be true. Whatever you're accepting or convinced of, that's what the body is going to reflect.
I agree with that.
Okay, so then it's not what you're doing, it's what you're believing in what you're doing. It's the belief that's causing the reality, not what you're doing. It's your belief in what you're doing. So I'm not telling you to change what you're doing. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying it's your words, it's your belief that is reflecting the behavior. It's your belief that's causing your body to do whatever it's doing. Or the mind is not the creator. It's not the controller. It would have to be the body is the dictator then. Because it's either it's not what goes into the body that defiles it, but what comes out of it, or you're telling me actually it is what goes into the body that defiles it. It's both. It's what goes in and it's what comes out. As opposed to, I get to tell my body how to digest what I'm putting in. I get to say that. But the thing is, yes, that's a transformation of the mind. You actually have to be convinced of that in order for your body to reflect that.
Ashe?
Yeah, I think the body was made to move. I agree. Right? I don't think that you're supposed to just sit around and be lethargic. That's the right. Anything not used atrophies, right? So the body is made to be in motion. And we as a society get less and less in motion. we find ways to be less and less movement. We do less and less things. We use our body less and less and less. But when you decide that the body is healthy, infinite intelligence is going to lead you to do exactly what needs to be done to keep this body healthy. And it's not going to be the same for any two people. Because your intuition may lead you to join a dance class, where my intuition may tell me to cycle more or go, you haven't roller skated in a while. Maybe you should do that once a week, or go join a dance class, or just walk the neighborhood, or just cycle around your neighborhood. And another person may do Pilates, and another person may do yoga, and another person may actually just change the way they eat, what they consume, and they're going to decide, I'm going to eat once a day. And some person will say, well, I got to eat 5 times a day. Or somebody say, well, I got to find out what diets match my blood sugars. That's a thing, right? But it's going to be different for everybody. Somebody's going to do an Atkins diet. Somebody's going to do, I'm just going to drink smoothies. Everybody's going to do something different, because it's not a one size fits all. That's why we're told to know thyself. Do go within and let your God, your mind lead and guide you. It's not going to be the same for everybody. And it's okay if you decided that those things aren't true. It's just we condemn things that we decided is no longer good for us. And again, it's your reality. You get to condemn. Like, I'm not telling nobody what they should or shouldn't do. I'm just giving you a different perspective. That's all. Just giving a different perspective.
Yes, of course. And I appreciate it. I welcome it. This is why I get on your live. I learn every time something, and you're completely right. That's why I did express what I do around that time, what I've had to restrict myself from, because I'm a big bat girl. Ooh, I'm a big bat.
I come from a family of big bat. I was probably the smallest person in my family. This is probably the heaviest I've ever been, and I don't even deem myself as heavy. I deem myself as curvy. Like, I don't know, voluptuous, but
you are curvy.
Yes, but I was back in the day. I was 105, 110, 23-inch waist back in my 20s. Like, you know.
See, that's my problem. I be putting my stuff off on other people. I'm fat for real, nigga. I will sit.
But my mother was overweight all of my
like,
life,
what?
right? Yes, my mother was overweight all of my life. My sister, you know, I got a lot of people in my family that did the bariatric surgery, you know, so I understand. I truly, it's not like I don't understand what you're saying, you know, but then I noticed that these people a lot of these people had these surgeries and they still not happy with their body. Because it's a mind thing, right? Because it's a mind. They didn't get it in consciousness. They thought that once I change the outer, all of a sudden, bam, I'm going to... No, that's not true. You got to get it in consciousness.
With the surgery, right? The people that get addicted to the surgeries and they start looking so weird and all that stuff. It's the mindset. It doesn't matter what you do to the physical. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's why I said it's going to be different for everybody, right? Once you get it in consciousness, let your consciousness be your guide. Let your God lead you to it, and then you're not going to struggle with it. It's not going to be hard and difficult for you. It will be effortless because it's what you're supposed to be doing. It's what you're supposed to be doing.
Come easy.
Comes easy.
No strife. No struggle.
That part. That part.
Oh, I always say top notch. Y'all know I do top notch. Top notch. Oh my gosh. Man.
Can I just add a little when you're done, Dominique? I just want to say something about what you're saying.
Yeah, and then we'll let Latoxic go. Go ahead, Mia. Then Latoxic can go.
I just want to say, and I say this all the time, and I know other people have dealt with loss, but I'm telling you, when you see that body in that casket, this shit is fake. This shit is fake. The body ain't nothing. The spirit, that's the energy that will keep you in line for everything. And when I saw my mom in that casket, I was like, this shit is fake. Who is that? I had this overwhelming feeling of disconnect. Just that the body is like some weird fake thing. Like my mom was like, it wasn't her because she's not her without her spirit, without her essence. Your body is nothing. Your body is nothing. It's stupid. It almost looks stupid. It looks fake, right?
It looks fake. Like this ain't what? No, this ain't my daddy. This is not my mama. What? So, this is not my baby. This is not my cousin, niece, nephew, whatever. Whoever you've lost.
Yeah. So I've
only not them anymore.
Right. So I've only seen my mom and my grandmother, but that's something that affected me. And as far as weight loss, I've been on my own journey, fat my whole life, and I've even had weight loss surgery, and then my sister did too. But I remember when my sister was going into it, she was really, really focused on the skin. I don't want to have a bunch of loose skin. I said, you ain't even lost yet. Why are you focused on the outcome and you ain't even had it? And, you know, that's something for me. I didn't want to focus on it. I didn't want to think about it. And I don't have much skin. And I've lost 140 pounds. And I just think about food differently. And also, I used food to manifest what I was lacking. And I learned that as I healed internally, I don't even look at food the same. I eat what I want when I want, but I eat how I want. And how I choose to eat is just how I choose to eat. I don't think about it as a diet. I eat what makes me feel good inside. But when I want to eat what I want, I'll eat what I want. And I don't judge myself for it. Because I used to judge myself about food all the time. And I would have a cheat day and then I'm depressed because I'm feeling guilty and I'm beating myself up. And then I'm eating more because I'm feeling guilty and I'm beating myself up. You know what I mean?
It's a vicious cycle.
It's a vicious cycle because you put so much on food. Food is an inanimate thing that don't mean nothing, but food becomes its own character in your story.
Yeah. Ooh, say that.
And food has been a character in my story my whole life up until a few years ago. That it was like a villain that was comforting, was always there, but it hurt me. And you have to detach from that. Food ain't really nothing. I done tasted so much shit. I know what everything tastes like. I know what's good food. My mama cook real good. It's hard to impress me with some good food. You know what I mean? So, you know, I just had to detach. And when I heal from the inside, as within, so without, things just change for me. I don't even weigh. I lose weight easily. I don't get attached to food. I just live, and I don't care about food. You know, you be waiting, what I'm gonna eat today? Why is that the first way?
Yeah.
Thanksgiving don't mean nothing. We had good Thanksgiving. Oh my God, I cooked my mom, you know, but it's just like, nah. So I just wanted to, Jolene, I'm gonna let the toxic come on, but I just wanted to share that because, you know, and then the whole thing about growing up in the South, when you fat, you ugly. Fat equals ugly. And you're not gonna be not ugly until you're not fat.
Yeah.
You gotta overcome that story.
Man. Yeah, the conditioning is wild when it comes to, that's why everything is psychology, because all is mind.
And let me tell you, don't nobody care damn about no back row. You love yourself. And I used to get fixated on my body and how I look and just shapely and what I want to. No. You got to leave it all alone. Because whatever you fixate on is all you're going to see.
Yeah.
Whatever, and that's that body dysmorphism. Whatever you fixate on is all you're going to see. If you fixate on what you don't like about yourself, that's all you're going to see and think about. So that's all I want to add.
Yes, love it. Go ahead, Latoxic.
Sorry, y'all. I didn't really have anything to add. I was just listening. I just had to go. My dad called me and said to leave and come back. But interesting conversation. Sorry, my music. I'm playing The Sims.
Oh, not The Sims. All right. I need to get that. I need to get The Sims. It's like, that's how you create your life, right?
Yeah, it's free.
My goodness.
The base game is free. So.
Oh my goodness! When you guys go see me and Tuscany, we got to talk about it. Yes. We saw it last night. Really, really cute, feel good movie. Loved it. Love Halle Bailey. Yes, it was beautiful. But go ahead.
No,
I thought you was gonna add something to the conversation.
No, sorry, I didn't. This is a very interesting topic. I talk about weight stuff sometimes. I just don't have much to add, and but yeah, I love the topic. I love the conversation.
Cool. Yeah, create your reality. Play with it. Whatever is gonna make you feel like the world is really whatever you're believing is real, because that's what believe is, to make something real, to accept something as true. That's why we say that the world is all about belief, because you can believe a lie. You can make that true for you, right? Until you discover that it doesn't work. Then it's no longer true for you. Right? That's where they get us, because they condition us to believe in something external to us. Right? Right? Somebody on YouTube was like, is this a Neville Goddard type channel? He said, he's such a deceptive man. His techniques have brought me nothing. That's the problem. You believed in his techniques and not the message. You missed the message. You missed the plot. Because his techniques don't manifest. Belief does. Your knowing does. Your conviction does. Whatever you put your trust in does. People idolize Neville. Just because I say, oh, they got good books, I resonated with his teaching, I liked how he broke down the Bible, it resonated with me, he helped me realize that the Bible was not a history book, I don't idolize Neville. He did not manifest for me. I don't let people, and I would suggest you don't either, let people claim your manifestation. No, you chose it, you agreed to it, you believed it, you manifested it. I never claim I manifest for people. I know that's a thing. I know people are like, I manifested for this, I manifested for that. Because people still like that savior complex. People love to say what they ain't done did for you. I did this for you. Did you know I did this for you? If it wasn't for me, you, what? What? How is that putting power back in the person's hands by saying that you did something for them? You their savior now? You their God? I don't take credit for no one's manifestation. The best I can say is, yes, I agree with you. I wanted it for you, and I'm glad you manifested it. That's about it. I'm just your mirror. I'm just your reflection. I don't take claim for nobody's manifestation, because I know it has to come from you. We're rewarded for our own thoughts. Now, you may not know how you convinced yourself of it and why it came into your reality, but you had to be convinced of it, which is why it became your reality. You may not know what you did. That's why you got to get with yourself and sit with yourself and figure out what it was that you did, what you thought, what you believed that caused it to come into your experience, because you did that. Like you did, pat yourself on the back, build yourself up. Take ownership of your reality. Because here's the thing. This is why I'll never take credit for anybody's reality. Because when the shit don't work, you ain't coming back to blame me. Because you ain't going to give me credit for the good and then want to blame me. And then think that when the bad happened, you going to blame me for that. We ain't doing that. I'm not taking the blame for your thoughts. They're your thoughts, not mine. You going to own your good because you're going to own your bad too. Because you ain't going to point the finger over here when shit don't turn out right. With Toyia, you said with a no, boo. You have to accept or reject. It's still gonna lay at your doorstep. So you'll never hear me say I manifested for no damn body. You'll never hear that come out of my mouth. Those who want to own it, that's your you thing, not a me thing. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying what I'm saying. I'm just saying I'm not going to take credit. I'm not saying that people won't take credit or that they shouldn't take credit. I just know when you accept the good, you also got to accept the bad, or what you're judging as bad or wrong or didn't happen or did happen. Because people want to try to place and be like, well, if you're such a good manifester, you should be able to manifest. You know, yes, I'm a great manifester for me. I'm great when it comes to my life. I manifest awesome for me. Even when it comes to my children, I say they're going to figure it out. They're going to get it. They're going to find out what makes their heart beat, what gives them passion, what wakes them up in the morning. They're going to get it. I don't know how, because nobody knows the how. But it's happening. That I know is true. In a way I do not know, at a time I least expect. They got their own journey. They have their own path. I'm here to support. I'm here to encourage. I'm here to uplift. Never to tear down, never to condemn. But to trust that the same God that's leading, guiding me is the same God leading and guiding them. And since my God don't lead me wrong, it ain't going to lead them wrong. It's the same God. It's the same consciousness. It's the same power. Exactly. I thank me. That's right. Hello. We love you being here, DNA. Welcome. Gotta have faith. It's already worked out. Gotta have faith. Yep. Because you want to teach people how to believe in themselves. That's the thing that we weren't taught. We weren't taught how to love ourselves, to trust ourselves, to know that the power that we have been looking for is within ourselves. That's the whole point of this platform, right? That we all recognize that we are the power of our own experience. We are the God of our own experience. That as we speak, we create. And just to pay attention to what we speak, right? That we don't void out the thing that we want by speaking against the very thing that we want, right? We recognize that it's the double-mindedness that keeps us that delays the manifestation. Because if you're saying you want it, then saying it's not here, you're causing yourself not to see it. Not that you're causing it not to be there, because it is there. But the moment you say, where is it? You're causing yourself not to see it. Because the moment you ask, I answered. While you were speaking, I did appear. But the question is, what do you see? Says the Christ. When he spits and puts the mud on the eyes, what do you see? Can you see it? Faith causes you to see what's not there, or what is there. Faith causes you to see what's there. It's loyalty to the unseen reality. Because if you can see it, then you don't need faith. If you have it, you don't need hope. You don't hope for things you have. You hope for things that has not made their appearance. That's what you hope for. You hope for things that haven't made their appearance, not for things that's there. You hope it will come, which should mean you expect it to come. Not that you're guessing that it will come. No, you expect it to show up. When you have a party and you invite people, when you say I hope, it should be from the mindset, I expect them to be there. But if they're there, you're no longer hoping, right? When they show up, you don't no longer hope because they're there. There's no reason to hope for it anymore. So when you're desiring something, you're hoping it will come. You're expecting it to show up. When it shows up, you're no longer hoping for it anymore. Yep, my world. Yep, this world only matters and exists when my eyes are open. That's it. Yes. And who's the creator? Who is the creator? Hello, Cheryl. Are you there? Did you mean to come up?
No, I'm driving, so sorry.
Okay, no problem.
I was trying to turn it up so I could hear you better.
Oh, got you. Okay, no problem.
Well, you definitely turned it up. Can I just say something really quickly?
Yeah,
I feel like we have so many new people. I feel like maybe I'm just now noticing, but I feel like there's so many new people that are really resonating with this message. And I just wanted to say I love that.
Yes. Me too. I love it. And welcome to all of the newbies. Or even if you've been playing the background, maybe you're just being more visible, right? Sometimes people say, oh, I've been watching you for a few months now, and they'll be like, oh, okay. And they finally make it up to the panel, or maybe we finally see them comment in the chat, right? So we welcome to the Prosperous fam. Welcome. We are a growing community, right? This is a community, right? Which means we all share in our journey. There are no big I's, there are no little U's, and we don't take credit for other people's manifestations. We want people to own their power. Right? Own your power. Know that you are the one. You are Neo, as they said, right? You are Neo. You are the one. Right? Because you're betting on you. You are betting on you, and you're always a winner. So it's really not a bet, but you know what I mean. It's a sure thing. You got to know it's a sure thing, which means there are no other options. There are no plan Bs. The only one. Are you the one that was to come, or should we look for another? Asked John. Blessed are they who are not offended in me. Don't be offended in your ability to be the Christ, because if you deny me before men, I shall deny you before my Father who art in heaven. Don't deny the power that's within you. Be bold. Right. Don't deny yourself of the glory, of the beauty, of the wonder, of the awe that is you. You are amazing. You are like, that's what you got to do. You got to tell yourself how grand you are, how magnificent you are, how powerful you are, how amazing you are, how wonderful you are. You got to say those sweet nothings to yourself, because the world is going to try to come and tell you, no, not so. Or the world is going to think that because they compliment you and because they praise you and because they build you up, if they suddenly stop doing it, who are you? I was it before you ever said it. I knew who I was before you ever gave me the compliment. I don't need your validation. I validate myself. So if you never get the compliment, it doesn't bother you because you know who you are. If no one ever gives you an accolade, if no one ever claps for you, you're okay with that because you clap for you, because you validate you, because you buy you the flowers, because you're going to buy you a trophy, because you're going to get you a plaque. Go buy yourself a plaque if that's what you need. The world's best whatever. The greatest person to ever do this. Go get your own plaque and put your own name on it. Stop waiting for somebody else to celebrate you. Celebrate yourself. If a plaque is what you need, an award is what you need, go get you one. Go spend a couple $100 on a nice plaque and put it on your wall. Yes, 60K. Thank you. 60K. Woohoo. You deserve the best. That's what you have to say. I deserve it all. I am it all. The Father has given me all, which is just your consciousness. That's just the masculine energy that has given to the divine, the feminine, right? The masculine is that which gives, the feminine is that which receives. That's why you don't have to go chasing anything. You attract everything to you. You are both the masculine and the feminine. You are the Father. Luke, I am your Father. I am my Father. I am my Father are one, not two. Yes, because you are the universe. No one is giving you anything. You're claiming it. You're claiming it. You at the lost and found, and you picking up all that you lost that now you found. You went to the lost and found, and let me see, what am I claiming? Oh yeah, this is mine. Yup, this is mine. This joy, yup, that's mine. Peace, yup, that's mine. Success, yup, that's mine. Abundance, yup, let me pick that up. Yup, that's mine. Yup, that's whatever it is. Yup, that's mine. Yup, married, yup, that's mine. Significant other, yup, that's mine. Yup, traveling, yup, that's mine. First class, yup, that's mine. Yup, you at the lost and found, and you claiming everything that belonged to you. Because you was lost and now you're found and you remember yourself. My cup runs over. Blessings, so the blessings just raining. The blessings just pouring. I don't even have room enough to receive it. The blessings upon blessings, they just rain and pouring. When it rains, it pours, it's pouring down. I don't even have room enough to receive it all. Oh my goodness. I'm overcome with blessings. Because now unto him that is able to do exceeding abundantly above all that I could ever ask or think, according to what? The power that works in my pastor, in my friend, in my mama, in my man, or in me. The power that works in me. And that power never fails. Because love never fails. Love will never fail to give you exactly what you believe you can have. And then sometimes it does better than what you ever thought was possible. In your own way, just get out your own way. Just what does the script say? Be still and know. Just be still. Trust the process. Right? Bet on yourself. Right? Go experience life. Sometimes you're not always going to have a plan, and that's okay. Right? We've been blessed to experience people that are single and no children and all that. And I'm not saying you can't do it with children, because you can. Or you can't do it as a married couple, but you can. But we had the guy yesterday come on and tell us about how he left Atlanta with $500 and he's lived in Colombia for 3 months and now he's been in Peru for 10 months. Showed us his B&B, the backyard where he wakes up to every morning, you know. And he was like, he didn't have a plan. We met Aaron. Aaron told us, you know, how last year he went to the east. He stopped in Dubai, and then he went to Bali, and I think he went to another place too. Bali is the only one I can remember. In Dubai, I think he went to another place, and then he came to Chicago, and he was like, he didn't have a whole lot of money either. He had points left on a card that got him his flight. He said he didn't have a whole lot of money when he went. He picked up his stuff in New York and put it in a what do they call those things? A storage. Put it in a storage. And he said while he was there in the East, in Thailand, how he was in need of money, and he was like, he didn't know what he was going to do. And then he remembered that he had this account that he had forgot about, and there was money in there. He said he hadn't touched it in years. He had actually forgot about the account, and that sustained him. And then he came to Chicago. That's where we met up. I actually met him in person. He came and stayed in Chicago for the summer last year. And I met him and Gigi, because Gigi lives in Wisconsin. She drove up. He was staying in Hyde Park, where, you know, the former president Barack Obama used to live, in that area in Hyde Park. And we went to downtown Navy Pier and we met, and we got to sit and talk for a couple of hours. So, and he was like, he just went with his intuition. He allowed his intuition to lead and guide him, and to trust that everything will work out, and everything did. Yes. You was listening to that last night, Mia? Yes, it was. Oh my goodness. I may have to. I hadn't been putting the TikTok version of the lives on YouTube, because we were having YouTube, but I may put yesterday's version on there, just so if you want to go and look at it, you could see the backyard he was showing us, because only people on TikTok could see it. Of course, YouTube couldn't see it. But I think I'm gonna have to download the TikTok version just so people can see, you know, the scenery that he was showing us, because it was also beautiful. It was so beautiful. It was just like all them mountains and that green grass, and it just looked so amazing. His story was so, I mean, just the way he was talking, you could just hear the excitement in his voice, and, you know, him trusting in himself on his journey, and trusting in, you know, that the amount of money that he has. So, you know how people be like, well, your bank account will match your value. His bank account didn't match his value. He knew that he was worth more than what any dollars and cents could ever come up with, because another guy came up and he was like, how does he manifest success? He was struggling with that. And so I asked him, because the guy previous to him, the one that was telling us about his trips to Colombia and now his stay in Peru, he said he had $500. And I was like, do you consider $500 broke? And he said he did. Well, that's the issue. $500 is $500. That's not nothing. It reminds me of the script, the story of Elijah and the widow. Or was it Elisha? It's one of those prophets, Elijah or Elisha, one of those. Where she had to borrow the 10 vessels, the 10 vases, and she had oil, and he asked her, how many drops of oil do you have? And she said 3 drops. So if somebody asks you, how much money do you have? And you have 500 and you say nothing, that's the problem. Because you have to claim what you have, because them that have, it shall be given, and it shall be given more in abundance. So the fact that she claimed the 3 drops is why she was able to pour to overflowing. She was able to fill all the pots because she recognized the 3 drops. You got to recognize what you have, even if you don't have it. Because them that have not, oh, even what they think that they have shall be taken away. But when you recognize what you have, then you should have it in abundance. That's how it works. Hello, Keith. Welcome. You can unmute if you meant to come up. You got to see it. Yep, you got to choose to see it. Are you there, Keith? Did you mean to come up? He said, I literally see money everywhere.
That's fair.
Huh?
And the thing too is like, you know, $500 in the US might be one thing. $500 in a totally different country is it's not a small amount. So like it's all relative in how you perceive it.
Right, but if you're wanting to manifest more, you have to see that you already have. It's a mind game. We walk by faith and not by sight. Faith is the substance of the thing expected and the evidence of not being able to see it yet. $500 is $500. Like, if you win $500, you're gonna be like, oh, I didn't win nothing. You're gonna like that you won, even if you're in the United States. I won $500 on a free lottery ticket. You think I was like, oh, that was nothing? No. What? Give me my $500. I see a penny on the ground, I'm picking it up. I see a quarter on the ground, I'll be like, oh, that's only a quarter. No, I'm picking it up. It's money. Because I can add it to what I already have. It's my money. I've seen it. I'm claiming it. Somebody gave you $50, you're going to be like, oh, no, that ain't number $50. I don't need that. Like, no, thank you. Somebody give me $5. Thank you. Like, I'm not turning down none of the money. But like Latazi said, yeah, $500 may go further in other countries, right? You just can't let fear keep you from experiencing life. Yes, I pick up money. I definitely do. Yes. Did you want to talk, Keith? Because you're up on the panel. Did you want to say anything? If not, I can drop you. Because you're commenting on the in the chat. Yeah, if we're all mirrors, then that millionaire is you too. Oh, okay. You can have whatever you want, whatever you desire. You just have to see yourself with it. And I know money is usually a topic for a lot of people. It's taboo, right? Some couples don't talk about money. Some families don't talk about money. I feel like if you want to normalize the ease and flow of money, you need to get used to talking about it. So it doesn't seem like it's this strange thing that you have to try to figure out how to get. It's something that is. And you want to normalize it, right? Especially if it's something that you are desiring to manifest, that you want to have come easily and effortlessly into your experience, right? Because we created the construct of money, right? We did that. Yep, some people don't think they deserve money, and that's something that has to be deconstructed from. Like, especially if it comes real easily. And so the world will tell you, well, you didn't work hard enough for that. You really don't deserve it. Like, I know as many of us desiring to win the lottery or manifesting winning the lottery, right? And the world and even some of your family members may be like, well, you didn't work for that. It's not really yours, so you should give it to me. You know, I remember Timothy Schultz was saying that was some of the issues he had with him winning the money, is how people felt like, well, since he won it, it didn't really belong to him. And because he didn't earn it, they had a right to it as well. Like, what we doing? See, I don't play no mind games. I don't play no mind games. Like, what? You know, your ass didn't go put the $2 or the $1 on the doggone and pay it and play. What you mean, you deserve it because I want it because I didn't work 50 years to get it? Like, are you okay? What they say, you cool? Are you all right? Are you okay? Cause what?
Well, they say, "Ho, is you cool?"
That part,
Like, be so for real.
like you want to be at ease with this expansion, right? I believe that was something we were talking at the end of last evening's live, right? The capacity, like it's enlarge my territory, enlarge my capacity to hold whatever I'm manifesting, right? Especially if you're saying that it's something that's going to be transformative for your life, right? Like it's going to transform, like your life is not going to look the same after this thing fully comes into fruition, right? Because I don't care what you say, money does change you. You damn right. It changed the way I eat, the way I think, where I live, how I travel. You goddamn right it changed me. What? Come on, of course money changes you. Of course you're not, oh, now I can afford to buy this. I can afford to live here. I can afford to drive that. I can afford to, I used to have to fly economy. Now I get to fly first class every rip. Like, what we doing? Of course it changes. It shouldn't change your character, but it is going to change the way you express yourself. And you got to be okay with that. Even if other people aren't okay with the expression, because they're going to say you changed. You're still the same person as far as from a character standpoint, right? Like money doesn't all of a sudden make you mean. You was mean before you got it.
Right.
Like, stop. You were an a-hole before the money came. You're just a bigger a-hole now. It just allows you to be even a bigger a-hole. Maybe people didn't see it because your ass didn't have shit, but now you got shit. And now they can see it more because they need your shit, and you be an a-hole to them. And now they're like, oh, you changed. You're such an a-hole. I remember when he was always an a-hole. You just overlooked it because he didn't have shit. That's
so real. That's so real.
Like you overlooked it because you didn't need his ass.
I had to realize, I was like, oh, actually, I'm kind of an asshole, yeah. I've always been that way. I was like, well, yeah, you know.
Hey, as long as you own it, right? That's why I love you, Lil Toxic, because you like that. I call myself Lil Toxic for a reason. I'm owning who I am. No apologies necessary.
Period. Yeah, if you know yourself, you know, like. The whole thing was just a tongue-in-cheek thing of just like
yeah. But I'm like, you will let the motherfucker know though.
I do. I don't like
and I love it. I'll be like, girl, get him. All right.
My mom used to say, you don't suffer fools, and she'd be like, you're really great trial lawyer because you like to argue. I was like, yeah, you know, I do. But I try to be cool about that, but I do not suffer fools. I can't do this. So
like she is not here for the bullshit.
I don't have the patience. But I'm working on that. I am working on that. I'm working on it.
I love it though. You don't have to work. You go, don't change for nobody. I'm here for it. I mean, but unless you don't like it, then
I think sometimes I can be abrasive. I don't mean to be abrasive. I just mean to be direct. I don't like the beating around of the bush.
Girl, we be here for it. I'm like, eat them up, spit them out. Chew them up and spit them out. Because they do be trying to play with our top.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm like, who the fuck y'all think these little 20-year-olds thinking they come to run game on somebody? We see you, boo. Exactly. I just entertain your ass, and you just like, I'm not here for the bullshit.
Right. right. You have so much patience, genuinely. You really do have so much patience, and I really do admire that because I don't have.
Yeah,
I
but that's
realize
why
the
we
things
work
y'all
well
put in.
together.
Period.
That's why we work well together.
Yes.
Because you come
Yes.
in and you regulate, like, Toy just being too nice. It's time for me to step in. Look, motherfucker. I don't know what the fuck you think you're doing, but you're going to need to get your ass together. Get your act together or drop the fuck on. Scroll the fuck
I just
on.
want people to stand on what they believe. You know what I mean? I feel like it's one of those things where, when I was a Christian, I used to stand on my beliefs. I was just as much of an asshole when I was a Christian as I am now. But I really did stand on what I believe. I didn't try to worm people into, a discussion that they were not signing up for. I do believe in that concept of, consent. I know that's a more newer thing. Mm-hmm. But in my mind, I'm like, you can't bait someone into a conversation they're not willing to have with you. I don't think that's fair. So anyway, that's what bothers me. I'm trying to keep it together. I'm trying to keep it cool.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, I'll be here for Mia too. Mia be like, let me break this down so this can never be broke all the way down. And she be eating their ass up too. Yeah. I'm like, and she's so funny with it though. She's comedic with it. And you be like, damn, Mia, okay, girl be slaying. She does. I be like, all right, girl, you quick with it. All right, you're very witty with her delivery, and I'll be like, damn, because it'd be funny, and it'd be like, she said reasons why I stayed in time out.
No, really, literally,
she gonna read you all the way down for real. I'll be like,
most of these people get up on out of here. Like that guy who was talking about the Genesis story. And as soon as we started saying the story's not literal anymore, is it? Then he wanted to leave. He wanted to leave. As soon as we started getting on him about how he was saying that the Bible is literal. Then we started talking sex, and all of a sudden it's metaphorical. Like, you gotta pick a lane.
A lane. I like when a couple of days ago when the guy was trying to talk about the matrix and the grid, and she's like, take your ass to the doggone forest then. Like, what the fuck we doing? Exactly. Like, your ass sitting up here on TikTok just like the West of us, and you sitting up here talking about being on the grid and not on the grid and how we gotta, and you sit up here using the same technology that you trying to demonize.
Because you know what people are gonna do when they try to reset their own society and create their own society? Set up electrical grids. They're going to be doing the same exact thing that we already have here in this society. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying y'all going to be trying to set up water, plumbing, and electrical.
How you come up and you off the grid and you making TikTok videos? Like, What are we doing? Like, just say you left United States. Just say you over there in, like I said, in Peru, Colombia, or you in one of these lands that's kind of still in the first century, like that's what they like to call third world. I don't call them third world, but they're more primitive. They're more primitive, right? More primitive. They don't have a lot of the modern conveniences. But you got a dog, but they got cell towers. Because how the hell? What the fuck?
They got Wi-Fi.
They got Wi-Fi because your ass
I don't know if it's Starlink or what. They got Wi-Fi.
Walking around in shorts with no t-shirt on, walking through, getting fruits on fruit stands in those markets that's outside. Thomas, I'm living off the grid. No, you're not. Your ass will not be on TikTok. Yeah.
The government still knows exactly where the hell you are. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I love the grid too. I'm here for the modern conveniences. I'm not here for the outhouse experience. No, thank you.
It's not for me.
I'm not here to sit to shit in the forest. No, thank you.
Nope.
I need to hit a toilet flush.
Okay. Listen, some people don't even have hot showers. Okay.
Oh my goodness. I'm too bougie. It's a reason why I was born over here in America. Now, those places would be nice to visit, but I don't live there. It's okay.
It's good for a short time, not a long time. A good time, not a long time.
That part. Oh. Hello, Kevin. How are you? No, thanks. Yes.
I'm laughing. You guys are so funny. But this is a live like none other. It's a community like none other. I was thinking about what you were saying about faith and how the faith of being the substance of things not seen.
Mm-hmm.
When I think about the not seen, speaking of not seen, we're not seen. Yeah, you can see the flesh of me, my, the name that I'm called, Kevin. But that's not who I am. It's just the name of who I am. A name given to me, I should say. I'm all about the unseen. And all that appears in the now comes from the unseen. By the time it manifests into the scene, it's already past tense. It's already old news. It's already a reflection of my thoughts and beliefs. By the time it manifests itself into the 3D, it's already past tense. It's something that already happened. And seeing it in the unseen is acknowledging it from the source, which is you, that it came from. Now, if I try to change the scene into a different scene, that's where the disconnect happens. Because everything stems from the unseen. This 3D is the projection, it's the illusion. It's the same illusion as watching TV. We may react and say, wow, that was funny, or that was scary, or that was exciting. Our own personal interpretation of what we're looking at. But we know it's not real.
Right.
We know it's for enjoyment, entertainment purposes only.
Right.
And so is our 3D. I mean, none of the things that we actually manifest, we take with us when we leave this 3D. It stays here. I mean, we can love money and use money for what we want to use it for, to have different experiences that we want to have, but it stays here. I always thought it was funny in the Bible where they would describe heaven as having streets paved with gold. I'm like, what the heck they need money for?
That part.
What is there to buy? How can gold streets have any more value than any other type of material?
Right.
It's not physical. It's spiritual. That's why I find it amusing that people sometimes try to think the spiritual and the natural are synonymous, and they're not. Those are things I found funny in religion. And how everything was supposed to be in the sweet by and by. And we sing about it, we run around a church and shout about it.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as the excitement wears off, we're right back to where we were before we got in there.
Yeah, that's why I was like, when I was asking the guy, what's the difference when you get saved? Like, what is the transformation? Like, how do you know? And he just even couldn't explain it. I'm just like, everything he was saying was about hypotheticals. Well, somebody used to smoke, they don't smoke anymore. Somebody used to be addicted to this, but what about you? What changed? What was different about you? And for whatever reason, they have a hard time expressing what that is because they don't want to say, and I don't think they realize that the mind has to be changed. And so that's they're not going to go to the outer stuff like, oh, we feed the hungry, or, you know, we clothe the naked, and, you know, we go to the shelters and we do all of these external things. And it's like, but what is that? That's not about you. That's about other people.
Right.
I'm asking about you. What has changed about you? And they grapple with that.
Well, I mean, they're programmed to.
Right.
Well,
I get it, yeah, because I mean, it's showing you that the church isn't telling you about true transformation. They're telling you about works.
Yep.
And they're talking about service. And like I was talking to my husband and to my daughter, I was like, when I say the Bible's about me, who the hell am I serving? I'm serving me. Because when I understand that I'm the creator and my word is the creator and everything is coming to me, I'm only serving me. When people try to use this whole thing of, oh, we're serving others, we're serving the community, never are they serving the community. Never are they serving or helping anyone. They're usually helping themselves.
Correct.
And it's a camouflage to make people think, oh, look at me. I'm such a great giver. I'm such a great giver. When they're really only giving to themselves.
Yes, to make themselves feel better.
Right, because we don't need saviors. There are no saviors, first of all, and we don't need them.
Well,
ain't nobody come to save you. Ain't nobody come to save you. So.
Well, sometimes we feel like we're saving ourselves by trying to save others. We're under the.
Well, some people feel guilty for their life, right? I have so much, and they don't have a lot, and you know somehow they think it was by luck or happenstance that they were able to obtain the things that they did, and other people, well, they, you know, is if it's a different law for you as it is for them. And the world will try to tell you this when it talks about racism and governments and structures and constructs that we have in our societies. And like, well, look at this construct. This construct is against the society. It's against this certain group of people. See, they started behind the 8 ball, and there's actually no way they can really actualize their desires or really get ahead in life because these structures are holding them back. These structures are keeping them down. And it's like, y'all don't ever want to talk about the people that were able to navigate around the structures or the constructs. Y'all only give examples of those who didn't figure it out.
Right. Right, because I mean, it shows you where their mind is. It shows you where their mind is.
All right, and it's okay that they're still there. It's okay. Right. And, you know, we're not here to condemn anyone because we all been there. That's why I don't get into trying to be like, oh, well, they're slow or they're dumb or they're this or they're that. I was there too. I bought into, you know, I took the what is it? The blue pill. The blue pill is the sleep pill, and red pill is the woke pill. Whichever pill keeps you sleep. I was the blue pill.
I drank the Kool-Aid.
Right, I drank the Kool-Aid. What was that? What was that? Waco, Texas.
Waco.
Yeah, we was all in our own little Waco, drinking that Kool-Aid, accepting the dogma, the doctrine. We always experiencing spiritual death.
Hey, we didn't want anybody to try to wake us up either.
Yeah, it's a scary place. I mean, people build their whole social lives around the church.
Mm-hmm.
You know, at least that's for me. I mean, your family, you know, my family was Christian. My entire social circle, most of the people I knew were Christians. People hung out with Christians. You know, that was my whole world. So, you know, to think about not being a Christian anymore, or thinking that, realizing that none of this actually makes any sense, that can dismantle your entire world, you know, under the worst of circumstances, you know.
Yeah, because I think you should be around diverse mindsets, as long as it's not this whole negative doom and gloom type. Right, I ain't got time for that. But if you're giving a different perspective, so we can have a conversation, so we can expand our world view, right? But sometimes people get so caught up in the doom and gloom of life that they can't see the ray of hope. And that's the only thing I don't want to lean. That's the only diverse part of this reality I don't want to lean into, because it's just like that doesn't solve anything talking about the negativities of life. Like you're just, like unless you're talking about it to bring about a solution, unless you have a plan, unless you're coming from a different perspective where, yeah, I used to think this way, I used to see it from this perspective, but I figured out that once I started thinking this way and starting seeing the possibilities of what I could experience, I changed my thought process. But I think we should have diverse ways, because sometimes you don't know what you don't know, right? You don't know
Right.
what you don't know. And you when you hear other people's path and you hear other people's journey, that helps broaden your scope and say what's possible. That's the only thing. That's the only
Sure.
why you talk to other people, because to expand consciousness and to recognize what is possible. Because if they can do it, you can too.
Yeah, another thing that I purposely try to see through the lens of love. And I feel what the Bible says, that owe no man nothing but love. And whether they understand it to the degree that understand it, or may understand it differently than what I understand it, they still deserve love. And the toxic is, one of my absolute favorite, because I accept and love her for the unapologetically toxic, the way she is. And it's just one of my favorites. So, and for one, she always had my back. If I'm speaking and somebody come after me, she out there with the quickness. Like, this is not going to happen.
100%. Every time.
Every time. And I love and appreciate her so much. But, those people do deserve love, and we can love them without stooping down to the level of calling them, in a derogatory or condescending manner. Just let them, if they want to stay where they are, okay.
I'm with Latoxic. You go low, I'm gonna go lower, because it's just a game anyway, and I'm really just having a conversation with myself. And so if I want to tell myself off, I'm free to do so. Get the fuck on. You messing with the wrong one today, baby. You came for it. You gonna get it. Well, what we doing?
If there's
because what I'm not gonna do is let someone else dictate how I should react. Because that's the whole thing. And some people want to control behavior and say, well, you shouldn't do this way, you shouldn't be this, and I should be exactly who I am, and I don't need to.
I'm not telling you how to be you, but I think where the toxic patients may be shorter or thinner than some others.
That's completely okay.
And I'm okay with that. I'm really okay with that. And because my patients,
my patience is short too.
It's short at times too.
It's short a lot of times. It's short most times. And I'm okay with that.
Yesterday, the young guy who came up here with his BS, trying to, like I said, they always act like they're not trying to debate, when you know that they're trying to bait you into a debate. And I clearly see it. So when they come up here with a deceiving, disposition, I'll be like, like, you let that guy speak for over an hour, and I had mentally disconnected and started doing something else while you played with your food, so to speak. Because I knew he was going to eventually, wear out your patience and get dropped, which what happened. But he was good entertainment.
I mean, the
laughed.
thing is, he didn't wear my patience. He had been up here for a very long time. We had talked to him for
Over an
like
hour.
over an hour. Like that
Yeah,
wasn't
over an
patience
hour.
late win thing. He was just starting to be very argumentative with people. He wasn't letting people complete their thought. He was interrupting. It was people talking at the same time. So it was time for him to go. He had already overstayed his welcome.
Well, he couldn't hold that mask for that long. He came up here, to deceive.
That's the
He
key, the
came up here
mask.
with the purpose to deceive. That he couldn't hold that mask for so long. And then isn't that how some people come into our 3D wearing a mask? What's that song by George Benson, Masquerade?
Mm-hmm.
We're all in the masquerade. So eventually his true self came out and he got kicked after he made you promise not to kick him.
Yeah,
That's always funny.
it's a very chronically online thing to be like, promise you won't kick it. It's a weird. I think it's an age. I don't know. Maybe I'm only 25, but I think it's an age thing. But my whole thing is like, just come up and be honest with what you're trying to say. Like, I can respect those people way more than someone who's pretending to have an honest conversation when they're not. That's what really gets to me.
Right. He was trying to hide behind, a fictitious facade.
Mm-hmm. That's what really makes me angry, because I'm like, now I'm the aggressive person when they're just being passive aggressive, and I think passive aggression is just as bad as
because they're gaslighting. They're trying to poke you and want to say, I didn't do anything. Why are you so hostile? What's wrong with you?
Right.
I'm just talking at it, because they think their soft, quiet voice or their monotone deflection is supposed to be somehow like we can't read dog whistles. We know dog whistles.
Just because they have a calm demeanor. Just because he didn't get loud at first, that don't mean,
some people just have a soft voice, but I can still detect when you being full of shit.
Yeah, because he wouldn't answer the question. He would ask a question in response to a question.
Mm-hmm.
And act like, oh, well, I don't understand, or I just want clarification. He's being willfully ignorant.
Yeah,
and then I was like, all right.
Sorry, let me cut you.
No, you're good.
Most people start saying they don't understand. I'm like, then why are we having this conversation?
That's what I said. We need to stop talking. If you can't comprehend what I'm saying, I need to convince you and make you understand me. We just need to end the conversation.
Yeah, I'm like, why is he here?
He did not want to go either. When I was like, it's time to like, no, you said you wasn't gonna drop me. No, you went against your word. I'm just like, dude, you've been up there for like an hour and a half. Like, what we doing?
I already told you, it gets kicked out of every live he goes to. You wonder why?
There are so many other. I mean, my algorithm, and I'm sure his algorithm. There's so many
debate live. Yes, they live for the debate. Yes.
That's what bothers me, because I'm like, I can literally scroll and every single live that comes across my For You page will be a debate live about Christianity. They have their pick of the litter. They can go to any other live.
You have a choice of many.
Exactly. No one's holding you hostage here.
They like to control, though. They want to come over here and control other people. That's what it's about. They don't want to talk amongst like minds, because that's not fun for them. They want to go and rule over someone.
That's what some people like when the Christians come here, because they like us having that interaction. Yeah, some people actually do like the interaction. Right? They want me to be like, this is a debate live, so I can just be getting in their ass. They want me to do that.
You see how many people came in and like, all right, let's go.
Right.
See, I like how the toxic gets in people's ass, because I need to work on how I get in people's ass in a calm voice. I always admire people who can, because I've always been so passionate. Like, I get passionate and loud when I'm talking about something I like.
Me too.
Or when I'm upset.
Me too.
I used to want to be a lawyer, and I was like, dang, I can't be no lawyer, because I'd be in that courtroom yelling.
Me too.
Be loud. Yes.
When people start talking about the things that trigger me, that's why I had to decide I was going to hop off the panel, because I was like, I'm going to keep interrupting this guy. When they talk about words and definitions of words, that really, really gets me, because I stopped myself when that guy was like, do you understand what the pontificate means? And I'm like, why am I explaining myself as someone with a degree in English to some guy on TikTok?
I don't even think he even used it in a sentence.
No, he didn't even use it correctly. Anyway, let me not.
I listened to that. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. That's what gets me in the passive aggression. Like the condescension is what gets me. Because I understand people are triggered, but I don't go into lives where I disagree with people. I don't. I just don't go into those lives when the host is, trying, I've seen all kinds of lives talking about.
I went into one, but this is before I started going live.
Okay.
And it was a black guy. He was talking about religion, of course, and of course, how Jesus was the reason and all of that. And so I joined, and I was talking about the power of the mind, and he was like, well, can you change my shirt to this color? I was like, yes, go get you some dye and we're gonna change it. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, yes, we can change the color of your shirt.
Right.
Of course I didn't say it like that. I said it because I was like real giggly with him because I didn't want to come off like angry or mad or whatever. So he was in there and they were like, why is she laughing? What's so funny? Because they're real serious about their Jesus, or whatever. And I probably was on there for like a good 45 minutes. We talked or whatever, and then he wanted to ask me to do magic tricks. And I was like,
yeah.
They don't even ask their God to do magic.
Right. But that was the only time I did it, and after that, I was like, no, I can't be going into these Christian I'm not here to try to convince nobody or nothing. That was the only time I did. It was only one time. You try something once, you're like, oh no, that's not my ministry. I'm not here to be trying to argue over their beliefs. No. You get to have
There's nothing wrong with it, but I also just know where I want to spend my time.
Right. I found that I don't want to use my time like that.
Yeah, exactly. If they want to do that, there are many other lives they can go to that are, they'll chew you up and spit you out.
Because I saw one girl, she used to get a lot of, she used to be like Thinker. I think her name was Christina. She used to do the lives with the debates. And she decided she got tired of it. She was like, I'm tired. Let them have their beliefs. I can't talk to them like that no more. She was like, her life started to be about her makeup and playing music. Because I think she's a singer too. So she's playing music. She'd have music going. She would do makeup. She like totally left that whole thing. She used to have hundreds of people in her lives. And I think, she was really, because she would join Thinkers live. Thinker would join her live or whatever. And they used to be on and they're popping. And then she's like, I can't no more. I can't do this no more.
It's stressful. After a certain point, I understand why people do it. I know if I had a life like that, I would just be cursing people out.
That's what they were doing though. Thinking, they be like, they
think this life is tough, and they worried about me cussing and all this other stuff.
Girl, almost everybody on that panel gonna rough you up. You gonna come out of that bruise like.
My thing is, why do they always ask you to do magic? So you think that God should be doing magic then? So then why don't the God they serve magically rescue them children off that island?
They have free will.
Like no, when they want to throw that
free
against
will
you,
is not actually free will.
Well, since you're God, do this. Okay, well since you believe that God can do that, why don't your God do that?
Exactly.
Stop.
Because that would be taking away the free will. God already took away the free will when he talked about absolute sin, original sin. That's taking away our free will.
I need my God to jump in when I'm getting jumped. When I'm getting jumped, I need God to jump in.
That's what I'm saying.
Let me get jumped and say, I'm gonna come save you in about 2,000 years. I'll wait.
Yeah.
Right now.
Because I'm still getting comments on my video that I did. If Jesus loved the little children, where was he on the island? And they're like, where were you? I ain't thank God. I'm not confessing that. That I was like, they're like, well, God gave us free will. That's what most of my comments are. God gave us free will. When it comes to children?
Except in some cases he didn't, because he hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he also apparently knows from the beginning whether or not we're going to choose him or not. So how is that free will?
I thought he knows the plans from the start.
Come on.
So
I thought he holds the king's heart in his hand and can turn it like a river with whichever way he wanted to go.
Come on. That's not free will.
That's not free will. If he can take
that's what it's giving, Kevin.
Well, their God is in on it. It's in on the whole thing.
That
Your
part.
guy's sitting back there watching.
That's what some people said. It was like he was peeping around the corner. They was like he was there. I'm like, damn, no, he was looking around the corner and he was there.
He's coming. We live in our last days. Okay.
It was the devil. He was letting the devil get away with it.
They made a
They
bet.
can't decide if it's free will or
He made a bet with the devil. The kids were Job in this situation.
Christians make the devil more powerful than God.
Yep.
That's all they talk about is the devil. And
like,
evil.
what do they think God is really waiting on here? Like, what do they really think?
Oh my
I think he's waiting on a
goodness.
check or something. Somebody ain't paid God, and he ain't.
The ones that really get me are these Hebrew Israelites that want to say, "Oh, we're being punished for not obeying the 10 Commandments," as if the people that were punishing us were obeying the 10 Commandments. Like, what we doing?
Like, exactly, punished by who?
They don't obey the 10 Commandments.
I should have figured that out. I felt so bad for
The
King
just-
the other day.
For who?
Like, let me back up.
For who?
Explain. The guy King from was it from yesterday?
Oh, when we were like, when he gets talking about the Hebrew, he was a Hebrew Israelite, and what's her name? Roger was like, I'm out of here, dude.
Yes.
I'm out of here. I was like, no. We will drop him. You come back. We gonna let him go. And he's like, wait. Like that guy today. I dropped him when he wants to talk about single women. I mean, single. The most of the women are single mothers, and he wanted, and they needed to hear the message. And he was like,
you mean like Mary? Come on now,
girl. And then he was like, so I let him go for like 2 minutes. So then he was like, okay. The spirit started telling him when he talked about Moses leaving the children of Israelites out of Egypt, and then he was like, the spirit let me know that it was Eve that put him there. Oh, time to go. You about to. He all in the comments. What did I do? What did I say? I guess I delivered it the wrong way. He just all in the comments trying to get back up on the panel, and I'm like, we're not doing that. I say because at first he was talking, and then his got the teacup. Then he came back and he was like, "Can you hear me?" I say, "Unfortunately." He's like, "Can you hear me?" Unfortunately. He's like, "Okay."
Oh, what about him saying he's been here for weeks listening?
Girl,
really?
Girl, I've been following you for weeks.
And thought that's how he was going to set off his first panel.
Yeah.
The whole Eve thing is like, come on, y'all. Like,
what we doing?
The live that made me mad was the one from last week, I think, early, the 6-hour one.
Girl, I've been doing 6 hours almost every day now.
It was that preacher man that at the end of the live, y'all wanted him to tell y'all why you should serve his God. And he could not say, I'm like, this man been on this live for 4 hours. And he couldn't even tell you why his God was so amazing.
That man was like the 13th reason, I swear to God.
Oh my God.
I do not even know who you're talking about. I do not know who you're talking about.
One who brought out
the black guy here. Yes.
You know what I'm talking about? They were gifting him the coins and stuff.
Oh, the one he had to give him the explanation before he gave an answer.
Yeah. The one that didn't have nothing but an 8th grade education, but wanted to
yeah, I know you're talking about now. He brought his people though. Because they had like 150 people already. They came like in droves. They came with it. They was gifting him too.
But he didn't answer the question. He couldn't.
That's my whole thing. Is like he did all that talking but couldn't speak. Like Toyia said, if you can't, in general, if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. Mm-hmm. So I that man just drove me insane. He drove me insane. And
they just don't know how scripted they are.
That's what I'm saying.
They're
like, you
so
think this
scripted.
Is the first time we heard pastors our whole lives? Like, come on.
I used to teach this. I used to give little sermonettes. I gave a couple. They wanted to make me a missionary. They thought I was going to be an evangelist. They thought I was going to be dearly, on Women's Sunday, because they had they had missionary Sunday at the church, once a month. They thought I was going to be bringing a message, on a regular basis.
I mean, you can deliver a message, but you also it's super clear what you're trying to say. That's the difference. You don't have to do a whole lot of explaining to get your point across.
Keep it simple.
Exactly.
To me, when you be using this word salad, you're trying to confuse me.
Absolutely.
You're trying to make it harder because you want to be the teacher. Let me confuse it. Let me use this all these not even big words, a lot of words to explain what I'm saying, and then let me double speak. You're like, wait a minute, and make it a long drawn out sermon, make it a 30-minute dissertation, so I can't figure out what you're really saying.
He was pissing me off. He made me feel so manipulated because every time the toxic or someone asks him a direct question, okay, so let me figure out, where's your question coming from? So are you coming from a place? Nick, if you don't answer the
Like, come on.
I was just like, I feel like I'm trying to be manipulated, and that's the kind of person that tries to make you feel crazy, and they don't know, and they just talk in circles and say this and this. What are you, what? It's so manipulative, and it made me very uncomfortable that this man is leading somebody's church. And he's this much of a freaking scammer. It gave scammer because you don't know the word. You could even answer a simple question. If somebody asks you what's your favorite food and why you like it, you can say it. If someone asks you, why do you like your career? You like what you do, you can say it. If someone asks you why that's your favorite song and your favorite artist, you can motherfucking say it. You can't tell a panel that you've been talking to for 4 motherfucking hours why you worship the Lord, you worship him. Y'all need to drop out of his church today.
But wait a minute, they were TikTok. He's a TikTok church. Because the guy that came up here and he wanted to have a conversation with me, and then when I asked him a question that he couldn't really answer, he was like, remember what I told you? You're not equipped to answer that question. Just move along from the question. Tell her to ask you another question. I'm like, not in real time are we seeing people tell you that you not ready, that you can't have this conversation. I was like, I guess you don't sit at the feet of Jesus. You sit at the feet of your bishop. Well, I'm not even his bishop. I'm not his pastor. I just met him on TikTok. And you got that kind of power? And you got that kind of power? I'm like, what the?
Title of a high school graduate. You don't even have a title of a high school graduate and you a bishop.
But my whole thing is he had all that lack of education, but was talking about how education is so important. Education is so important. That's what fucking got me. Because what the hell are you talking about?
Oh yeah, you went in. You got in on. He had to concede that because you was like, wait a minute. It's like I have a college degree and you don't, and you sitting up here telling me about education. You led with how much education you didn't have.
Exactly.
You led
with that. You dropped out of school before algebra 2. You couldn't.
And that wouldn't even be a problem if he wasn't being such a dick about it. It wouldn't even. It's not even that big of a deal.
I know.
Being a dick about it, but you want to be a dick about it. Now you want to talk about what I know and what are you talking about? Who are you talking to?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna dog you out. You don't get to be a high school dropout and you sound like you under 40. Only my grandma get to have a damn 3rd grade education, get away with it. So you're just a freaking lazy loser that's coming up here trying to manipulate people.
You can go to school
online. Let me give you a long book to read. I bet you can't read a paragraph.
Yeah. You can get your GED online. You can get your education online. There is no excuse in these days and times. There's no shame, but it was shame to him because he was using it as, his linchpin.
No, you shame. I'm sorry. And I don't mean, but it's 2026. I need to know, was your whole family on drugs and you was a foster kid and I need to know the story of why your monkey ass got an 8th grade education. And think you're going to teach anybody. Nobody could teach you shit. Who you teaching?
Mia, do not be playing. You are so funny.
Do you even have a good enough diploma? AKA a GED?
He didn't have a diploma. He said he dropped out at the 9th grade, I think.
My God, today.
Which, again, would not have been an issue if he wasn't talking about how important it is.
Somebody reported you, Mia.
Oh, Lord. I heard somebody. There's somebody in
oh my goodness. Why do y'all be reporting people? Why y'all so sensitive?
That's what did it. After everything. That's what did it. The 8th grade education.
That's crazy.
They don't tell you. They just say Mia Slay Forever's live content contains things that some may find uncomfortable. If they remain in your life will be unavailable to some audiences. Remove Mia Slay Forever.
Just come back, Mia.
That is crazy.
Just come back, Mia. Damn, somebody was hurt.
They're saying it's harassment and bullying.
Oh wow, they don't want to see what I be doing on Twitter. I'll say that.
Yeah, they said harassment and bullying. They said live is being restricted for now. The live is restricted for 10 minutes too. So they're saying they won't push the live out now. Hey, man.
Oh, wow.
You really have to watch what you say. Unfortunately, I
That's
know we think we
crazy.
have freedom of speech. Clearly, we don't. Clearly, we do not have freedom of speech, especially if I don't know the language. I don't know.
I don't know what she said.
I don't know either. Maybe they can't take sarcasm.
I think someone reported her. I think it would have to be that. So TikTok does know what's being said.
Right. Yeah.
So
They
I
say
think
that. They
someone-
say usually when you get this, because that happened on someone. A Christian was up here talking, and she got reported. And I know she wasn't saying anything other than she was talking about the discrepancies between the Old Testament and the New Testament. And then they said that I had to remove her, and she was a Christian, and she was just talking about the discrepancies between the Old Testament and the New Testament. And she had to go. I was like,
"Y'all don't report people. That's coward energy. Like, y'all don't want to."
Because what did she say? She's not attacking nobody personally. She's attacking the people, And thing is if we were attacking someone personally, we were talking about how they were being misleading, and and not being real. But I guess you gotta kind of speak general, even though we may know who you're talking about. You kind of can't be too direct in who the conversation topic is. Maybe, I don't know. But again, if they're reporting you, it doesn't matter what you say. They just don't like what you're saying, right? Because it's not TikTok filtering it. It's someone telling TikTok that that they don't like what you're saying.
TikTok already knows what's being said in here. So,
all right. Real with this, if you're there, you can unmute. No, TikTok doesn't. They just accept what people say. Anybody can report anyone. Because you would think it would be, I guess that's the only way they can feel like they can control the lives. I don't know.
They don't listen. YouTube doesn't care. This is very mild light work for me. I would say that. I be on Twitter. And
Twitter's a whole nother story. I heard. I don't think I'll be fit for Twitter, because
that's a whole different ballgame. TikTok is light work, the lightest of work.
They have more parameters probably in place. Yeah, because even Instagram, they be going in, like, they hide some of the stuff, but they will hide, because they'll tell you that they hide comments. Sometimes I say, oh, I'll see why you hid it. Let me stop looking at these hid comments, because they will, at least they will filter it. But some of them things slip through there, and you be like, and in YouTube, they're wild, and y'all need to filter more, because y'all YouTube be out there too.
They have the technology to be better. So I don't know why they're not. They can filter way better.
I think they like the aggressive racism, because that's what America's about. Especially depending on which side it's coming from. The prejudices, the prejudices, right? So they like that the people be at each other.
Yeah, that makes their algorithm go. The more people see things, the more advertisements they can sell. The more things they can sell to companies who want to advertise on their platforms.
Yeah, it says the metadata restrictions. Yeah, because Meta own this, right? It's not like Meta own this. Don't Meta own this? Because Instagram be promoting TikTok. Have y'all seen it?
Really? They might have a partnership.
Yeah, Instagram promotes TikTok. I've got a few ad videos for TikTok promotion on Instagram. And I don't even been on Instagram that much, but they definitely promote it. You say you think it's Oracle? It's strange that they're promoting TikTok on Instagram, though.
Sometimes they will, like, TikTok will probably buy ads on Instagram.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I guess they're gonna take the money from anywhere. Even if it's a competitor, even if you want people to be on Instagram and not TikTok, you're gonna take the money from anywhere. Because why you accepting ads from someone that's trying to take eyes off your platform?
Yeah. And they're competitors, so.
Yeah, she said you now can log in with FB onto TikTok.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe there is a partnership or something going on. It's wild though. It's like, man, I don't know. these are, like I said, these platforms is like they protect who they want to protect and protect who they don't want to protect. You know, the amount of stuff that you see out here on these platforms between YouTube and Facebook, like Facebook and Instagram, to me is wild, especially when it comes to the pornography that's out there. You know what I'm saying? It's just like y'all can put this type of stuff on there. I don't know if TikTok lets you do all that, but it's like where is like what
Does not.
like like what is going on? This should be on OnlyFans. Like, why am I scrolling and that's coming into my feed? Like,
It's an immediate block for me.
yes, it's just like what the heck, and it's like you just kind of keep. And I think it should be a way like is it a way on Instagram you can say not interested, like you can say on TikTok?
Technically, yes, because right now they're doing all kinds of. It's in the. I think it's in the little dots. I haven't been on Instagram for a while.
Yeah, because I've never been a big Instagram user. I'm just now starting to use it this year. Now, you know, posting my videos, and I try to engage with the platforms. I know you got to show a little engagement just to show that you not just posting and leaving, that you actually are utilizing the app. So I do try to, and I want to curate it with mostly talking about manifestation, of course, right? I like, you know, and I like some of the AI videos where they talk about, you know, they have the food talking, or they have the inanimate objects talking. They're like, you know, they have the freezer talking and the ice talk. I like those little those little animated AI videos. Those are cute. But my main platform is YouTube, then TikTok.
YouTube is where the money's at.
YouTube is where I watch long form videos on YouTube, you know. So I have my certain podcasts that I listen to. I like my guilty pleasure is reality TV. So I have this one guy that he does like even though I watch it, I like to hear his commentary about the different reality, I like the Real Housewives. I like to watch those. So it's the people that I listen to give their commentary on that episode or whatever. Or even if I didn't watch the episode, I'll listen to him because he does time sales. He does really good with, you know, sharing. I don't watch him live. Most of the time it's his recorded, but he does go live for those. He has like over 500,000 subscribers too. And I've been listening to which is why I start talking more about not just organized religion, but I also start talking about the multi-level marketing scams, like these people that's using religion to also manipulate people, right? Like even these so-called spiritual teachers and coaches, you know, you recognize like what's his name? Jim Rohn. I think he, you know, Bob Proctor and Napoleon Hill, all of those people were grifters. None of them were using the law of attraction. They all were using MLM. Bob Proctor was part of Amway. He was one of the main people of Amway. You know what Amway is, right? Mm-hmm. You know that's a Ponzi scheme with just a product, which is why they're able to get away with it. Because a lot of their money is made from recruitment. And they telling you, oh, you know, and they use what? They use the science of the mind to manipulate people, and they put God in it, and they use scripture, and they talk about law of attraction, they talk about law of assumption, and say they talk about this thing, but the whole time their money is coming from their schools that they created, their coaching schools that they created, and their MLMs. I'm just like,
Amway is what basically they have you sell. I think you have to pay money for the product.
So you have to buy into the bid, right? They convince you that you're buying into the business, right? Mm-hmm. And so they make you sound like you're an independent contractor, because 9 to 5 is not where it's at. Don't you hate your job? Isn't it miserable? Don't you want to make some real money? Don't you, you know, you can become your own boss when really you're working for them. So you got to pay into the business, which means you're an independent contractor. You got to buy the products to sell. So they're always going to sell the product because you're the consumer, because you got to buy it, and then sell it. So they get to double dip, because not only because whoever brought you in when you buy the product, they automatically get a portion of it. And then whoever they're under automatically get a portion of it. Whoever they're under automatically get a portion of it. And then you are told this is how you're really going to get your money. You got to get at least 5 other people under you. So when they buy into it and they sell, you get money from them. And then whoever you're under, they're going to get some of that money, you know, so it's always going to flow this way. They try to make you think it's flowing downstream, but it's actually flowing upstream. The money's always going this way. It's never coming down this way. It's always going that way. That's what makes it a Ponzi scheme. And the reason why they're able to get it in the way, the reason why they're able to get away with it, because they actually have a product. But you are always a consumer. Because a lady did it. She said she joined when she was 21. So that's what they do. They get college students and they get people that hate their life or hate their job. So they go after the vulnerable, which is what religion does, right? They go after the vulnerable. People that either you're born into religion or you're living in guilt and fear of your life, or you're despondency and you run to religion. So either you're born into it or you're convicted, or you feel, because we're in a Christian society, and so we're already conditioned to think that fornication is wrong, this is wrong, like lying is wrong, doing this is wrong. And so when life isn't treating you so well, you run to the church and think that they have answers. Same thing with these MLMs, these multi-level marketing systems. And that's how people find themselves in cults too, because how they use religion to back these businesses is that they tell you, when you start questioning the business model, they say you have a devil. If you say you join and you go tell your friends about your family about it, and they listen to your pitch and they ask you about the business model, how do it works, and you tell them it's a Ponzi scheme or it sounds like a pyramid scheme, they are instructed, if anyone questions the business model, if anyone questions what you're saying, it's an attack of the enemy. Questions are demonic attacks. You don't have a right to question the business. If you question the business, you have to what? Exclude yourself from people, right? They need you to get away from your family and away from your friend. You got to get away from all negativity, which is an issue with spirituality too. That's a cultish behavior too. Anybody telling you that you can't be around the general public because they don't think like you, they're low vibrational. They don't think like you, they're vampire energy. They don't think like you, they're trying to control you. That's manipulative. Because if you're God, how can someone be against God? You mean to tell me you only gonna talk to people that think and act exactly like you? How you gonna be the light if you're only around the light? The light is supposed to go to the dark so you can be the light. Just like the church, exactly. The spiritual community, these multi-level marketing schemes, and the church, they're all selling you what? Hope. They're all telling you you don't have the power. The power lies in, because how you gonna tell me how I'm gonna get rich? Nobody can tell you how you're going to get rich. No one can promise you, because no two people ever got rich the same. No two people. The only ones that may have it is if your legacy, right? Your children, they're rich because their parents or grandparents was rich and they kept the money in the family. They're about the only people that are rich because of somebody else, and it's usually because of their parents or their grandparents. That's why they're wealthy. But it ain't some random person on TikTok, on Instagram, on X, on YouTube. They used to be called infomercials back in the 80s and the 90s. Now people don't watch TV no more, so they just brought it to the social media platforms. And they prey on those who are vulnerable. Because when you're vulnerable, you're not thinking. You're acting in desperation. Yes, hope, false hope. That's it. Hey, Alice, I just think we need to talk more about that, because Jesus' ministry, the Christ, the Bible, the gospel, the good news, did not only focus on the good, he also focused on the error. He also revealed, he also said, watch out for this teaching. Be aware of this teaching. So we also want to be aware when people are trying to manipulate us and trying to sell us hope and leading us away from our own truth, putting our truth in someone else. Because it's easy to go back. It's easy to get to go back to that state of trusting something other than your own power. It's so easy to slip back. That's why the Bible says God is married to the backslider. Because a lot of it, that's why it also said that a just man falls 7 times. So no one is beyond being manipulated or tricked, but that you got to be able to know what to look for. And anyone telling you, trust me, that should be the ultimate flag. Somebody telling you to trust me. How you gonna do this without me? You need somebody to tell you. You need somebody to show you. You need somebody. That right there. No, you don't need nobody. You need to learn how to trust yourself. Yep. Alice, did you want to say something? Yep. Prove it yourself. Test it yourself. That's it. I guess now maybe she didn't mean to come up. Okay, the great.
I just wanted to add her up.
Huh?
I don't think she's ever meaning to come up, so I just add her in.
Oh, okay. The great Yoda. Are you there? Did you mean?
I'm here.
Okay. Hello. How are you? You can unmute. What's on your mind?
Hey, peace and love. I've just been listening to you. Someone named T Pearl, she gave me a reference to you. Mm-hmm. She referred me to you and stuff and said that the way I talk is some way similar to the way you talk.
Okay. Cool. Well, welcome.
Thank you. And what you was talking about, the MLM with the spiritual thing and how people use that, mix it with religion and sell religion to people and stuff, hopes and dreams, a belief of some God is gonna take over and make things magically disappear out their life and stuff.
Yep.
You're right in the exact with that. You know, I call it hopium.
I saw that. I saw you put it in the chat. Hopium, right? Go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me up here to listen to this. I love this. It's like a breath of fresh air. I was just like the lady that was speaking earlier, been through all the different TikToks and listening to all these people and stuff. I'm still new. Okay. I'm new to TikTok, but I'm not new to the conscious community or what they call the law/legal community. Okay. I've been inside those communities for decades. So listening to this, like I said, is a breath of fresh air. I don't hear people talking like you talking, or me, or many others that have been on here so far that I've been listening to. It's always get along and be along with religion, as of, we got this almighty God and we need to stay under this mystery God and wait till they come back and save the world and going to save the children that's dying every day and all this stuff. And, people went through slavery thinking like this too, a lot of what they consider the ancestors, right? And they big up these ancestors and say, oh, our ancestors did this and did that. But your ancestors also contribute to the stuff that we in right now, which we still in slavery, So are your ancestors all good and stuff? No. A lot of them was bad as well too. And they don't like to talk about that part. They like to talk about, we need to build the pyramids again and show our people how to build pyramids and stuff. Those pyramids is the same thing as the pyramid schemes.
Ooh, talk about it. Talk about it.
So you're going to take a bunch of your brothers and sisters, enslave them, and give them pennies on a dollar, just like inside the jails and prisons, and have them steal slaves after they get through building those pyramids. And then somebody that don't look like them going to take over those pyramids and put their faces on it. And that's what the money come from. What you call Federal Reserve notes, which is the slave masters.
Yeah, because somebody had to build them and you thought that was some easy work.
Yeah, you thought it was easy work.
Right, like they probably was slaving in the heat of the sun.
Yeah, That part.
Like what?
So
Who want to do that? We all about easy living now.
yeah. So you.
Go ahead. Wait, we couldn't hear you. You
Right?
we couldn't hear you.
And I was saying you did all that work and you made all that greatness, and they took that and mimic it and put it on a dollar bill and sold it back to you and put you in slavery and still be your slave master to it. Which is the dollar bills, $20 bills, all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is different forms of energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those different forms of energy is creating different types of people out here. Because you always say, you hear people say, man, you got all this money and you didn't change, right? You didn't change into the slave master to enslave your people even more through the jobs and the corporations and all this stuff that you're building against your brothers and sisters. All that slavery, okay? Because like you said, those people are constantly, continuously working with nonstop, right? Mm-hmm. They nonstop working, so they never get a chance to enjoy what they working for. Because all they got on their mind is to keep on working to make more slave masters to keep enslaving their brothers and sisters for.
That's an interesting way to look at it.
He's right though. There's a lot of Black people who feel like they're not allowed to stop working. They will work until they die. They act like there's guilt behind just not working. And like, no, I gotta do something like you see these other people, they will chill in their 40s if they can. But there is some type of tie to working. And he's right about that. Like, they don't know, like, no, you don't have to work until you in the grave. You can stop.
Yeah.
And the way I see it, it all goes back to the story of Job. Job is synonymous to the word job, right? Mm-hmm. So that's what people taking their people into to become the Job of their life, right? They becoming Job. They suffering, right? The devil is constantly continue tempting them to do these things, right? This is why I say the whole Bible is allegorical.
Yeah, me too.
A lot of people look at it literally. It is some things in there literally, but most of it's allegorical when they talk about the stories of those people, because those people are us. Those are different forms of energy that's within us already, within our mind. Right. Mm-hmm. Our mind is the most powerful thing on this planet. And if you waste it, it's the most terrible thing you could waste in the world, right?
Yeah.
So, also, I look at.
So, what is your relationship to money?
So, my relationship to money is dealing with the exchange of energy.
Okay.
Of honor and dishonor, right? Mm-hmm. So, everything in life deals with honor and dishonor. Ain't no in between that. You're either going to be honorable or you're going to be dishonorable, okay? And that's through your actions and your exchange of energy with other brothers and sisters. Now, the way you work, right? You're working in a way that you're building something that's going to continue going in a positive direction through honor, right? So something that I do is I help people get out of debts, right? Okay. That is the most stressful thing that people be in every day, all day, right? You hear people complaining about debt. Oh, I got to pay this bill. I got to do that bill. I got to do that. We have ways to get rid of debts without using Federal Reserve notes, okay? And that's what I focus on. That's my gift. That's my talent. That's from Mama Nature. And I believe Mama Nature is my God, okay? Outside of me, but I believe I'm the God within me, right?
Okay. So someone asks, who's deciding what's honorable and what's dishonorable? Who's the judge of that?
Yes. So that's decided on the two men and women, right? The man and the woman, and that's dealing with their mind, right? So honor comes from the mind. Dishonor comes from the mind. But the actions and the words and the deeds behind it will show if it's an honorable thing or if it's a dishonorable thing.
But who's deciding that?
The man and the woman that's in the mirror.
Okay, so only I can decide if it's good or evil or honorable or dishonorable. So that rests with me.
Yes,
Okay.
what was too.
Okay.
Yeah, because and also if someone don't think it's honorable, someone will judge it as of being honorable, dishonorable. But if you have receipts behind what you do, then we know you're an honorable man and woman. Yes, you're going to get the hate. Yes, you're going to get the people bringing you down and stuff because they got to bring you down to their levels of energy, you know? So you don't care what they do. How I see it, and I mean, I'm going to try to not say it like this because I know this TikTok. What another man eat don't make me, the other word is, they come out your behind, okay? So I don't care what other people think. It's what my mind says. I'm in control of my mind. No one outside of me is in control of my mind. Period. Right? Now, if I get out of my mind, I'm getting out of my nature. So I have to go back to nature to redeem myself. Not go back to a book. Not go back to the internet. Not go back to people that's struggling, can't find themselves through what they call spirituality or religious choices that they make for their support system. You know, so I have to go back to nature because nature is the healer of all, which is love, right? When you're sick, you go straight to nature. People go to the doctor because that's all they know. But when you look at the animals in nature, they don't go to no doctor. They go to nature. They go to the trees. They go to the plants. They go to all those different things, herbs, and all that stuff, right? So we the only people that can make choices to go to doctors and go to people that's practicing with your life. We need to stop going to people that's practicing with our life. We need to start going to nature that don't do no practicing. All she do is apply the medicine and give you the medicine, the wisdom for you to have better understanding of yourself. But we lost ourselves because we so caught up in all this artificial intelligence that's keeping us busy with the 6th grade and the 8th grade level that the sister was talking about earlier. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, that's how I see it and stuff. So I deal with honor. Okay. Honor deals with love. It deals with true, genuine love. It deals with unconditional love. Okay. And also I have boundaries too, right? Everybody should have that. I think that's an issue too, that people don't put boundaries out there for themselves. You have to put boundaries out because people will cross you, okay? And they'll keep on doing it and keep taking the kindness for weakness and try to eliminate you with that. You have to set boundaries. You have to set boundaries.
I would call it a standard, not necessarily a boundary, because to me, love is boundless. It knows no boundary, but I do have a standard. It is, and yeah, okay. I'm going to let you know when you're not meeting my standard.
Okay.
You gonna meet my standard? I am the standard, and I'm not coming down to you. You coming up to me, and however I express that standard is how I express that standard.
Okay, that's cool too. I see both ways. Both of them good. You know, I see both of them good. It can be positive and negative to both of them, but I look for more of the positive of it, and I understand what you're saying as well too. So I'll say standard too, because like when it comes to like books and stuff, all books and stuff, I have standard books that people should read. Okay. They shouldn't read they could read every other book if they want to.
Right. You wouldn't recommend it, but you know, it's your life. You get to
it's your life. Yeah, you can play with your life. You know, if you want to keep on playing in fire, go ahead. You know, I can't rescue you out. You gotta rescue yourself.
Right.
You can't save everybody. You know,
I'm not here to save nobody. I can't save not a one person.
One of my sayings that I always say to people is that if Jesus Christ himself can save the world, what makes you think you can save the world?
That part.
You know what I'm saying?
But they think he saved the world.
How?
That's what they tell you. That's why they tell you to get saved. Because Jesus saves the little children. Let me stop. Jesus loves the little children. Let me stop. Right. What does the script have to say? What is it? Behold the Lamb of God that takes away the sins of the world? What is John 3:16?
Oh, is that the love of
God to love the world? For God to love the world, He gave his only begotten son, right? Is that
Right.
one?
That he should believe that they that believe on him shall be saved, right?
But even
Isn't that ain't that the salvation script?
I guess so. It doesn't make sense, man. That don't even make sense.
I think that's the salvation.
That don't even make sense to me. You know how the way the Christians explain it. Like, why would you give your only begotten son for someone else's sins that they didn't even meet? Jesus never met Adam and Eve. So why would you sacrifice your only son for someone else's sins?
But he was against children sacrifice, though. The children of Molech were sacrificing babies. But he said, I don't like that, but here I got one better. I'm gonna sacrifice my only begotten son. How's that different? How's that different? How's that different? It's same thing. The hypocrisy when you take that Bible literally. The Bible ain't none of that Bible literal. I don't care what nobody say. No part of that Bible is literal. It's only literal psychologically, not literally from a historical perspective.
Yeah. In that historical, correct. But when it comes to like principles, those part are literally like the Proverbs I put inside the chat. Proverbs 24:7. Wisdom is high for a fool. He don't open his mouth at the gates, right? So wisdom, as you can see, when you speak this wisdom to certain people, it's too high for them. They can't grasp it. You can speak this stuff for 10 to 20, 30 years. They still can't grasp it. Because they foolish. They still living in foolishness. And they still got their mouth open where they should keep their mouth shut so they can listen to the wisdom that you express it to them. And so they can go and do their own research. But they taking everything that you say on face value, and they so entertained with all this noise out here, they can't even hear what you're saying because there's so much noise. You know? So that's what I mean, like literal, like the Proverbs is literal.
Yeah,
right?
literally but what the scripture you just gave me is a psychological truth. Yes, it's literal from a psychological perspective. So we're saying the same thing. Yeah. It's all about how you use your mind. Right?
Yes, your mind.
Yep.
Yes. That's how you use your mind. Everything deals with mind.
Everything is mind. And that's what the Bible's telling you. Everything is mind.
Everything is mind. All is mind.
All is mind. Yep.
All is mind. Yes. It could be evil or it could be so-called good. Okay. But evil
is only in the eyes of the beholder.
Yes. That's why I don't say that. That's why I say
So is it really evil? It's only evil if you say it is.
That's why I say honor and dishonor. But
it's still going to be the same thing. It's only dishonorable in the eye of the beholder and the one committing the act. Only you're deciding if what you're doing is honorable. But I agree that when you lead with love, it can never be dishonorable.
Real love, genuine.
Right.
Genuine love. Yeah.
Right. Genuine. Right. Well, that's all love is. I don't know no other type of love. Love is love. It ain't no hurt love. It ain't no unloving love. There is no love is love. There's no distorted love. If it's distorted, it ain't love. What we doing?
Yeah, that's true.
It's no such love is love. It's all by itself. Yeah. Cannot be touched.
It's that word.
If it's something else, then that means it's not love.
Yeah, lust come up in that. When lust come up in that, people think it's love. That's the temptation thing. You'll learn. Everybody will learn from their own mistakes. Everybody learn from their own mistakes and stuff. So, but if you constantly continue repeating those mistakes, you'll never learn. And that's where the foolish behavior come in at. People foolish behavior, they don't learn from it. They constantly continue doing it. But the reason why I say they're not learning from it is because they haven't unlearned their previous behaviors. Once you unlearn those previous behaviors, you can learn and relearn it properly and do things properly in honor.
So do you believe or accept that the whole point of the awakening, enlightenment, remembering who you are is to transcend the dual nature and to operate in oneness?
Oh yeah, nature. That's the first thing I say the God outside of me is nature. She is the one. Okay.
Well, not fully. But I get what you're trying to say, though, host. But
Well, hold on. We're not going to interject while someone's speaking. We'll let you
Well,
know
we
when it's,
got-
we'll
that's
let you
why-
know. We'll let you know when it's your turn.
Well, the reason why I say she is the one is because no one ever defeated her. It's no confusion to nature. Nature is a
Right.
woman. Okay? Period. Right? Now, when it comes to God, yes, there's a lot of confusion with that. No, everybody's still trying to figure out what is God. You got people on many of these platforms still talking about God and nobody know what it is. Some people say it's Jesus. Some people say it's Buddha. Some people say it's, all these different deities and stuff. But when it comes to nature, it's only one nature. And that's her. That's it. Ain't no twins. Ain't no.
I probably got a phone call.
can I go, host?
Oh, sorry.
You have here.
1 second. He probably hit a phone call. 1 second. Go ahead.
Oh, so I'm gonna drop. Because I don't like being long-winded because I've been on a lot of platforms, people long-winded and stuff. So what I'm trying to say is that when you say transcend to that all oneness, you're talking about Mama Nature. Yes, we need to get back in tune with that, and also the original mind that we originally had. Right now, we have the unoriginal mind, and that's why we lost with nature. And nature understand that. The animal's still back in tune with that oneness of that mind, of that original mind of nature. We're not, as men and women. We're lost in the sauce because of the artificial intelligence of entertainment and noise. Okay? So I'm going to drop the mic on that one. I land my planes, sister.
All right. Thank you. Hello, Chris Paul. You can unmute.
Hello, host.
Hello.
Well, yes, oneness is the ultimate perspective. Doesn't matter where you go. If you go to Jupiter, Mars, to another galaxy, oneness will always be the ultimate perspective and the ultimate truth. However, this realm called the Earth seems to operate by duality. But I think what happened was when I say we, I don't mean me and you, I mean majority of the world.
Mm-hmm.
We corrupted the duality. We inverted the duality in a way that is not natural. I think what we have to do is correct that dual nature. So what I mean is, for example, we're in physical avatars. So on this earth realm, which runs off duality and earthly laws, right? Mm-hmm. Nature is the only way to connect with that higher, or with that source, which is still us. We're still the source, but only on earth in a physical body.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So I think, we can't be source in its entirety while in these bodies.
Right.
So we should just honor the feminine and the masculine, because we all have both in us.
Yes.
I'll land there for now.
Beautiful. Yep. My perspective is the whole point of the awakened mind, which is what the script talks about, the Christ consciousness, is the realization of oneness, that the world is not separate from you. The world is literally you pushed out. It is your consciousness playing itself out in what we call reality, or what we call the third dimensional space. So I don't see reality. I see whatever I believe to be true about reality.
That's another way to look at it.
That's how Yeah, because people are like, well, reality is objective. And I'm like, it's both. It's subjective and it's objective. Yes, I can look at some things with not using any, feelings or my personal opinion about it. And I can say, yes, if I'm looking at the moon with my husband, we can both say it's the moon up there. But we're both probably going to perceive the color of the moon differently, the specks of the moon differently, even if we saw the different, if it's not a full moon or a new moon, if it's not, the full moon is the one we can see, right? Or if we see a half moon, it's like, well, I think it's a little less than half, or I think it's a little more than half, or I think, anything we look at that we are going to judge, everyone is still going to perceive it from their own perspective, right? No two people are going to ever see the very same thing alike. Now, when it comes to like mathematics, science, right? That's science, mathematics. We have all come to an agreement that 7 times 7 will always be 49. That's not never changing, right? We've all agreed that that's the fact, that's what it is. So in that part, yes, we're all experiencing that objective the same. Right? When it comes to how we exchange money and the subtraction of money, and if I give you this amount and I give you, and then it costs this amount, that we know that if it costs $20 and I give you $50, that you owe me $30. There's no subjectivity in that. We get that. Take math out of it though. Everything else is subjective. It's all coming from our own personal experience. To me, math is the only objective thing that your feelings don't matter about. I don't care if you feel that it costs too much. But here's the thing, that even can be subjective. Okay, I can even use that because that can even be subjective. If I feel like something costs too much, I can negotiate price.
Yes, and might I say this, host, real quick? Another key thing is because math is kind of, yes, it's more objective. And yes, you can also negotiate. But even then, it's still kind of still subjective to some degree.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Yep.
But you see, another key thing is sound mind. So if I know me and you here, we're of sound mind, so we can come to the same objective conclusion with mathematics. However, if someone is not of sound mind, they don't even know what mathematics is or how to operate it.
Right.
So that is also key.
Yep.
So yeah.
That'll be subjective. That's what I'm like. We live in a subjective and objective world. Somebody wants to be all the way this and somebody wants it to be all the way that. When it's both. It's both. It's like
at the end of the day,
you don't have to choose, right? You don't have to, and people try to make you think you have to choose. This is a world of make-believe. You can make believe whatever you want.
I agree. And that's a hard perspective.
That's why I say humans is the only, men and women is the only ones that can make the choices. Animals can't. So, like with mathematics itself, in a way, it's more objective to everything. Everything is objective in mathematics. The reason why is because people say like solving problems and stuff. Yeah, that's subjective and stuff. 7 times 7 equals 49. But also we can look at it as everything is mathematical. Everything is mathematics, right? You can't live your life without using mathematics. You thinking, that's mathematics. You coming up with thoughts, that's mathematics. Ideas, that's mathematics. Because those are different forms of what is called problem solving, right? Even when you negotiating, that's mathematics, okay? So even though we want to seem like it's subjective, it's actually objective because that's what we use in everyday life. It's mathematics. It's subjective. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it's both because it's still, when we say it's subjective, because it is based off personal opinion. That's what makes it subjective as well. So it's both. It's not an either or because it's oneness. We all coming back to one is that everything is everything. I am is everything and everything is I am. It's all one. There is no division in consciousness. But religion teaches division. Religion says it's a this or that. No, it's all of that. It's both.
No matter who you are, what you are, you will or where you go in this universe. Oneness is the ultimate perspective. You can't go beyond it.
So I'm glad y'all brought that up because that's what she was talking about. She kept telling me, I am, Sister Pearl. So the way to I explain her what I am is when you reverse it, the AM, you reverse this I-Ma, right? Ma is dealing with Mama Nature, which comes from Maya, which is dealing with what the sister said, balancing yourself within yourself on the two sides of the ledgers, right? So when people say I am, that means that you are in tune with the feminine energy that's in Mama Nature. Okay? If you're not in tune with the feminine energy of Mama Nature and Maya, the balancing of those principles, then you're not the I am as you're speaking of. You're something else. Okay? So that I am came from Maya. It came from her, which is Mama Nature. Okay? It's always been here. We lost ourselves when we went into that patriarchal thinking of man and his religion and his books, when everything was already wrote and through the sun, moon, and stars in nature. We got to get back in tune with it. That's how you get to oneness, right?
Yeah, and host, it may seem simple to us here, the understanding of oneness, but most people just can't grasp it. And until they grasp this understanding and knowing that everything is one at the end of the day, no matter how you take it, our society will always be in its fall.
Because I say it's two types of experiences happening, and it's levels to it, right? When you talk about Jacob's ladder, the ascending and descending, the different levels of consciousness, but there's only one experiencing itself in infinite ways. It's either experiencing itself as knowing itself, and it's experiencing itself as not knowing itself. So either you've awakened to consciousness or you haven't. That's it. That's all that's going on.
Yes.
Either you know you're all there is, or you don't know that you're all there is. And it's everything in between. Everything that falls in between, knowing that you're all consciousness and not knowing that you're all consciousness. Understanding that there's no division in consciousness, that the masculine and feminine are one, although they may operate as two, the two are one. There's never a division. The divine feminine and divine masculine are one energy operating together as wholeness. There's no division in God or in consciousness or in nature or whatever you want to call it. It's all one thing. Expressing itself in infinity, in infinite ways.
Simple as that.
And we don't even know all the infinite ways in which it's expressing itself.
Exactly.
Not from our limited perspective. We have a very limited purview when we're in this physical body.
Exactly.
But that's the whole purpose. We came to experience the finite.
True.
We're here to experience the finite. We're here to experience form. So I say the creator is the word. That is the gift that we in the finite form were given. We're given two gifts, mind and speech. And speech can be audibly or inwardly. It can be a vision, it can be imagination, it can be, you speak Braille, you use sign language, whatever. It can come in, communication can come in many forms as well. Right? That is your gift that you have, that the word that you speak, which is the word you intend, the word you envision, however you're communicating it, becomes your experience.
As simple as that.
I like to keep it simple. I'm all about simplicity. I say I kiss. Keep it super simple. Because we can get too wordy, we can get too philosophical, but it's just as simple as abracadabra. I create what I speak.
Exactly. I mean, I just love, because I'm a researcher 4 years now, and when I understood that we're all one, like I kind of paused in my research and said to myself, well, hey, all right, this is it. So when I find someone else who knows the same thing, I have nothing to say. I just,
There's nothing more to say. I concur. Yes. Enjoy the ride.
Thank you. I have to go, guys. It was
Thank
nice
you.
meeting you.
Yeah, nice meeting you too, Chris Paul. Thank you. So we have enjoy the rest of your day. We have Bonita. I don't know if Bonita meant to come up. Bonita, did you mean to come up? You can unmute. It wasn't the song Bonita Applebaum. Bonita Applebaum. You know me, Latoya. I mean, I know the words, but I be having a song.
We need a Toyia playlist for all the songs. We need a playlist for all the songs we sing.
Okay, she's gone. She's gone. Okay. We have Soul Leveling. Welcome back, our friend from Peru. How are
Divine
you?
Day.
Divine Day.
So you already know how I like view the world or whatever. So I was in another live or whatever, and they were saying stuff like scientifically terms and stuff. I was like, what does that mean? What does that mean? And I was just looking up stuff or whatever.
What you talking about, Willis? What you talking about?
Yeah, and they were just saying a whole bunch of stuff that was like over my head. But as I like read the definitions and stuff or whatever, I was like, oh, I know what that means or whatever. I don't use it like that or whatever. But you can. I'm not gonna say dumb it down, but you can make it simpler or whatever. And so, if you don't mind, can I read something?
Sure.
Okay. So somebody has said, somebody put in the comments or whatever, not put into Gemini or whatever. Somebody said there is no way to get out of self-autonomous subjectivity. Humans don't have the access to pure objectivity. So it says this statement is a pure argument in epistemology, which is the study of knowledge, and phenomenology, which is the study of experience. It suggests that human beings are locked inside their own perspective, making it impossible to see the world as it is, independent of a mind. So here's the breakdown. Autonomous subjectivity. This refers to the idea that your mind is its own closed system. Everything you know about the world, colors, sound, logic, even the feeling of solid ground, is a product of your brain processing data. Self-autonomous, it means the subject, your consciousness, operates according to its own internal rules and biological limitations. Subjectivity, it is yours. You cannot jump into another person's mind, nor can you step outside of your own brain to see what the world looks like without a human filter. So, no access, we don't have access to pure objectivity. So what is pure objectivity? This would be the ability to see reality exactly as it is, without any bias, sensory limitations, or linguistic interpretation. The statement argues that it is impossible for human beings because sensory filters, we only see a tiny fraction of the electromagnetic spectrum. We don't see quote unquote reality. We see quote unquote human usefulness versions of it. We have conceptual filters. We use language and categories to organize the world. The moment you name something a tree, you have placed a human label on a complex physical phenomenon. The observer effect. You cannot observe the world without being a part of it. The very act of observing contaminates the data with your own presence and perspective. So the no way out. The eccentric predicament. This is often called the eccentric predicament. It is the realization that 1, all knowledge comes through your senses and mind. 2, you can never check your senses against quote unquote raw reality because any check you perform also has to go through your senses. 3, therefore, you can never be 100% certain how of the world is actually the world and how much it is just your mind's way of rendering it. So why does this matter? This perception is a major challenge to scientific realism, the belief that science describes the world exactly as it is. Instead, it suggests a more humble view. Science and logic are tools that help us navigate our experience of the world, but they might never reveal the ultimate objective reality that exists behind the curtain. In short, it is like being born with a pair of VR goggles fused to your face. You can learn the rules of the VR world perfectly, but you can never take the goggles off to see the server room that runs it. So even if there was a God outside of ourselves or whatever, I still have to believe or say, oh yeah, I believe that, yep, you're God. I still have to determine that for myself. So yes, there may be a God, but even in that, you're going to say something different. Somebody else is going to say something different because we're perceiving it through our senses and perception and our experiences or whatever. And if it don't match up, like you were saying that other guy earlier when y'all was talking about Jesus don't exist and the blah, 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 or whatever, used, and you're like, it doesn't matter to me if it exists or not. I don't believe it. So since I don't believe it, well, it's not for me. So, like, you see what I'm saying? So no matter what data someone's going to give it to us, we still are going to interpret through our senses and experience and perception. So it doesn't matter what someone else says. You are God. You are the God, because you are the one that has to agree or disagree with what's being interpreted.
Yes,
Simple.
love it. Simple. So simple, we like to complicate it. Like, that's way too simple. Let me add some complication into here. Let me get real philosophical with it. Let me add some words that nobody can pronounce, and let us say how intelligent I am because I know $1 billion word or whatever. Okay. And let me talk over people's heads because they don't know I'm well learned. I'm well educated. Do you not know? I know real big. I know I'm, you know. I'm like, no, that you ain't saying nothing
at all.
Right. That's Bible. Just Bible. That's all it is. That's what I say. Like I tell people, even not just in the conscious world. I used to be in that so-called conscious world that I found out that I was still unconscious listening to those people. You know, so I had to do my own research of what they was talking about and put my own book of life together. You know, where it's a solid foundation. I have my own book of life of words. Different things that I say, different quotes that I came up with and stuff from my original mind. Mm-hmm. So, you know, what he said in a nutshell is like all these platforms, like people trying to convince other people to believe in this and to believe in that. That's not going to happen because they stuck in their ways. Mm-hmm. They stuck in their own church, their own religion. Right. Where they don't see no other way out but that God, of that church, of that religion.
Right.
You know?
That's why you're not here to convince anyone of anything. You're here to live your life. Hey, no more chasing the paper. Just live your life. Right? Like, just live your life. And if people are find that the way you're living, they resonate with, and all you can do is be the example. But at the end of the day, you don't tell people, be a clone of me. You tell people, discover you. Find out what is it that makes your soul come alive? What puts a smile on your face when you wake in the morning and before you go to bed at night? What gives you peace, right? Because it's not going to be what I'm doing. You're going to have to discover what you're doing. What suits you. Everybody got their own path, and ain't none of the paths wrong. All roads lead to enlightenment.
Can I post a link?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep. Most definitely. A lot of people enjoyed what you said. A lot of people that's it though. Everything is skewed through your own perspective. As we realize, we're not seeing reality. We're seeing what we think reality is based on the conditioning, the programming, right?
Yep. And also, according to science, we not seeing reality as truth. I mean, for truth, we're seeing reality for survival.
Mm.
Like you don't care if that big thing we could, let's say, call a tiger or whatever. You just want to know, is this going to harm me or not? Do I need to run or not? When you on a cliff, am I going to go over this cliff? Is something going to happen to me or not? Or whatever. And that's what we base our decision on. We don't base our decision on truth or whatever because we're not seeing it or whatever. And your truth is going to be different from somebody else's truth or whatever. So we as these beings or whatever, we're not built for truth. We're built for survival, for you to make your own decisions or whatever, because somebody be like, let me test it out or whatever. But I'm telling you, you're going to, be unalive, but you're like, let me see for myself. So you go ahead and do it. But somebody else was like, I'm going to let him do it first or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not, we don't see, true reality, and that's okay or whatever. So trying to,
and some people lose the fear of things, right? That's how we were able to tame lions and tigers and bears on my right. Some people actually became animal tamers because they stopped fearing it, right? Mm-hmm. And so we all come, and once you let go of the fear, I think that's the more you start to see reality, and you start to see that there's no separation in that, right? But that's the level you have to actualize of letting go, because the fear is what keeps you in survival mode. right? Of thinking that the world is against you when actually the world is reflecting you. So if we can, if you can get out of that state of, oh, fight or flight, fight or flight, fight or flight, instead of just be. There's nothing against you.
I don't know when it's gonna happen, but I want to hug a bear. I don't know.
I know, right? I know.
I want to hug a bear. Like when I be looking at them Germans and stuff and Russians, I'm like, yeah, I want to hug a bear. I want to hug a bear. I'm pretty sure they cute and colorly and all that. This is this thing called cute aggression. You ever heard of that?
Mm-mm.
So we have this thing called cute aggression, like babies and things that look cute or whatever. But like babies, cats, dogs, we can't do it on them or whatever because we'll kill them. I mean, we'll unalive them or whatever. But you could do it on animals like horses, cows or whatever, bears. It don't hurt them or whatever. So you can hug them so tight or whatever, like ooh, and they're like, okay, that's fine. So we can let our cute aggression out on those animals. So that's why I want to hug them. Like, you can hug something. So, or even like human beings, like, all right, you choking me, like, let me go. That's called acute aggression or whatever. And our domesticated animals that we have, we can't do it on them or whatever. But I did do a little bit on a cow or whatever, because this girl, she take me to go feed cows or whatever. This was my first time feeding a cow.
Nice. Oh.
Yes, they big, they huge or whatever.
Right.
They're gigantic.
Right. You probably couldn't get your arm around all the way, right?
Yes,
off of your arms, probably
gigantic. So yeah, I want to hug a bear.
Oh, okay. Hey. It should happen. You believe it, right? Hey, do you? I have no desire to hug a bear, but you let me know how they go. That's not in my future. I don't see that in my purview. I don't see that in the crystal ball. Like, tell me my future. You will not hug a bear. I feel that.
And I don't want it to be a panda bear. I want it to be a bear.
Oh, you want a grizzly?
Yeah, grizzly or black. I want it to be a bear.
You want a grizzly? You want to hug a grizzly bear? Yeah, give me one of them panda bears. I might be able to, give me,
no, they real docile or whatever.
Okay, yeah. Now panda bear, that may be, that's a different story.
Yeah. Or maybe I could do levels. Go hug a panda bear or whatever, and then go to like a black bear, and then a brown bear, and then a polar bear.
Ooh, okay.
What it is levels to this shit.
I know, right?
I'll start off small.
I know, right? Hey, I'm here for it. Oh, love it. That's beautiful. Yeah, so I come from the place, all this is make-believe. We're living a dream.
Yeah, that's what the never-ending story is about.
Right, never. And I said the best thing you can hope for is that you wake up in this shit and wake up in this boy. That you wake up and realize it's all a dream. It was all a dream. I used to read. Let me stop.
Yeah.
And learn to have fun with it, right? Don't take it. I think we take life too seriously. It's like when you realize it's a dream, you're supposed to take the seriousness out of it. I heard someone say the whole point of enlightenment is to lighten the fuck up. Like that's the whole point of you coming to the realization, because it's a reason why you came to the realization, why you're not still in sleepwalking. It's a reason why you woke up, right? It's a reason why you realize that you can manipulate reality with your word.
Mm-hmm. Well, Buddha says everyone is enlightened. They just don't know it yet.
Yeah, everyone is enlightened. So I'm like, we can't condemn people for being in the state that they're in, especially when you used to be in that state. You was lost too. You didn't always know. So stop acting like you came here knowing. You came here forgetting, just like everybody else did. We all came here and forgot who the fuck we were. We all did. We all was sleep. We was sleeping and dreaming. I always say we was on Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh, yes.
Right. And I say the only way, how do you stop Freddy Krueger?
Wake up.
The horror film ends. What? Wake up. You still in the horror movie when you sleep. You dreaming a nightmare.
There is no such thing as an adult. They made that up. And then we believe it or whatever, and that's why they keep telling you what you want to be, or whatever.
It's nothing to be.
There's nothing to be.
I am. I'm everything.
Yeah, then when you do want to be stuff or whatever, just the same thing you was doing, quote unquote. Well, you're still a kid, but when you was a kid or whatever, you using your imagination or whatever, just look at this world as quote unquote real imagination or whatever. You're like, oh, I want to be a doctor or whatever. And then you go do the things to be a doctor. You're like, oh, I want to be a singer. Then you go do the things to be a singer or whatever. Same thing.
Yeah.
The song you was looking for, host, was roll, roll, roll your boat, gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. Life is nothing but a
dream.
That's why I'm saying, man.
Mr. Sandman.
Dream didn't Sandman didn't like when the other things that we have like desire and delirium messed in the dream world, because you have your own world or whatever. Don't come over here messing with minds. Let these people do what they want to do. Let them dream. Let them explore or whatever. Like that show hit hard.
Yes. Yeah, when you come to that realization, that's all. Like when we condemn anything in its reality, why condemn it when you know it's not real? Just instead of condemning the game, learn how to play it.
Mm-hmm.
Or create your own. Right.
Get mad at the game.
Exactly. Or create your own game.
Yep.
You can define the rules to reality because there really are no rules. If you want to play in a monetary system, who gonna check you, boo? If you want to be $1 billion rich, declare that that's what it's going to be, and it shall. I don't know how, but you can come up with $1 billion idea. People do it all the time. What makes them special when you not? Right? I remember the one that came up with the Spanx. She said it took her 2 years to come up with that idea for Spanx because she decided that she was going to have $1 billion business.
Wow.
And then she came up with Spanx. So, you know what I'm saying? But she wasn't like, some people be thinking the moment I said they're supposed to get the idea in 2 seconds, right? It took 2 years for her to get to hold the capacity for this idea she was about to bring forth. Mm-hmm. And it's not saying that she probably didn't try other ideas, right? It's just a part of the story she's telling. I'm sure some other ideas that was coming through that she thought this would be it, until she got the idea for the Spanx, and then that was it. The whole reason why we're in the physical body is to have to experience the journey. But for some reason, we don't want to experience the journey. We want instant manifestation. We like the moment I said it, I want to see it. Except for the bullshit. You don't want to see that shit right away. You hoping your conscience didn't hear that part. You hoping the womb of creation didn't hear the bullshit you was talking about. You hoping that this shit don't appear. You real hoping you want to gobble it back up. You gonna be like, no, I didn't mean that. Don't let that come back. Don't let that come into reality. Don't let that come into reality. Just like it take time for the bullshit, it take time, because that's the whole point of this. We're here to experience time.
Time is the only time is the byproduct of change. If there was no time, nothing would change.
And some people would call it cycles. They'd be like, well, it's not really time, it's cycle. Whatever, I don't care what you call it. Potato.
The way I see time is your mind. The mind is time is the mind.
Right.
If you waste your time, you waste your mind. If you waste your mind, you waste your time.
Time is meant to be wasted. That's why you have an unlimited amount of it.
Woo! All right.
Well, wasting it on nonsense is not good.
Who's judging is nonsense? Who's determining is nonsense?
Yeah.
Well, the beholder.
Exactly. So then it's not. It is whatever it is. Again, that's bringing too much seriousness into it. Remember, we playing here in this sandbox. Let's play in this reality. We playing in this dream. Remember, it's all play. It's all imagination. Let's play with it. Let's play with that clay. Let's mold that. What is it? What's that in that little Play-Doh? Yo, you know what I was talking about. Let's mold that Play-Doh. Play in that.
More like let it go. Let's let it go.
He said, "Let it go." Now let it go.
We ain't got to worry about it all.
That's why you have an infinite amount of time, because it's meant to be wasted. What else you gonna do with it?
You know the universe is wasteful.
Yeah. What else you gonna do with it?
It always overcompensates. The trees always bear much fruit, more than abundant. These trees had, you know back when we used to have the female trees, those who aren't planting on purpose, the female trees, right? You had an apple tree in the back. You always got more apples. My grandparents had an apple tree. They always got more apples than they needed. You got apples falling off the trees all on the ground, like it always overproduces. That's why the world tells you there's a limit. There's no limit.
Scarcity don't exist.
There's no limit. Unlimited. You're unlimited. Go watch that movie Limitless. I know it talks about a pill that makes you special. Just know the pill is you. Overlook that the pill is making you special and recognize that the pill represents the mind. But it's a beauty. I love it. That Limitless. Y'all ever saw that movie?
Yeah.
It's called Limitless. Great movie.
I'll go back and look at it. My memory. Okay. Ooh, I'll look at it. I'll check it out.
Introspection.
Just like that. What's that Justin Timberlake movie? Timeless or whatever. People are like, well, I don't got enough time. Well, you need to watch that movie because if you didn't have enough time, what would you really be doing? You got an infinite amount of time or whatever, because I couldn't live like they was living. Like their time is on they risk or whatever. And then they gotta spend time to buy stuff, spend time to go here, like spend time to play. Heck no.
Oh, I gotta watch that movie. You say it's called Timeless?
I think so, with Justin Timberlake.
Okay, I gotta look up Justin Timberlake movie. How many movies? He did too many movies, so shouldn't be too hard to find because I never even heard of this movie. You know, I remember he did the movie like Friends with Benefits or something like that. I remember that. I can't remember no other movie he might have did, but I gotta find that one. That sounds like a really good. Yes, they put things in perspective, right? Remind you that time is eternal. Right? Time, there is no time. Time is a construct. We make it up, right? Because I think we make it up so we can meet one another because we don't like happenstance. We don't like
that's the only reason why they exist. So I can be like, hey, meet me in 2 weeks or whatever in Paris or whatever. Like, but outside of that, it's not a thing or whatever. Not a thing, no. And then I found out that in some African languages or whatever, it might be more, but they don't have words for like future or stuff like that or whatever. So when you don't have these words, when you don't have these words or whatever, you're not
limited.
You're not thinking about the future or whatever, because I don't have a word to describe that. And we know language dictates your or how you see reality or whatever. That's why they tell you to learn different languages so you can open up your mind or whatever. You will start seeing the world differently outside of what your language has been presented to you or whatever. So they don't have words for the future or whatever. So I'm thinking,
because there is no future, right? There's only now. There's only now. You'll only always have now. Whenever it happens, when does it happen? Now. It always happens now.
The now to know, because that's where you get know from. It's now. That's the root word of now.
Wow. So, there it is, man. And another amazing live. So we are having a meetup group the weekend of Labor Day. I know we have to I know Gigi went to California, so when she gets back for her birthday, we'll start. I got to message her, see when she's able, where our committee, our planning committee can get together and we can decide where people will come in and where they'll lodge at as far as hotel stay. Because
Colombia.
Look at you. We're not coming to Colombia. They're coming to not this year. Maybe next year. It's
right there.
You said it's right there. But we already decided on Chicago.
Oh.
Yeah, we've already decided.
In September?
Yeah. The Labor Day weekend.
Ain't gonna be cold.
No, don't try it. No, we still got the summer. No, don't even try it. No, Chicago will still be nice. That's the weekend of Labor Day. Stop it.
I don't like the cold. So
you don't like the cold?
Hell no, that's why I'm here.
So I'm allergic to cold weather, huh?
Yes. Atlanta was the coldest for me. That's not even cold or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it gets a little cool during the quote unquote winter months. You know, it don't stay warm like Florida does. Florida is more Caribbean, especially Miami, right? They're going to get more of the tropic weather all year round. Atlanta gets snow sometimes. Sometimes it get a little frigid. Y'all got shut down the whole doggone.
Yeah, 1 inch, school shut down, everything shut down. Every time people from up north be like an inch. They be like, I had to go to school in 10 feet of snow. Well, that's you, baby. We don't do that here. An inch.
They don't play. They're like, we are not equipped for the frozen tundra. We are not equipped. Like, we are not equipped.
Nope. When it like rain, when it snowed for a good time or whatever, people were stuck on the highways, couldn't get home and stuff. So no, we are not equipped or whatever. Like, oh, they said it's gonna be an inch of snow. Put the top down, close schools. Like, everybody go rush to the grocery store or whatever. We don't play.
Yeah. So if you're interested, we'll have details. Hopefully by the end of the month, but definitely by the middle of May. Like I said, we have a planning committee, and so we got to get together and plan and see what activities, what the itinerary will be for that 4-day weekend. We're looking to have a really, really good time and meet some more. I've already met a few people off TikTok, some people, someone from New York, someone from Wisconsin. Like Mia met her friend here they're both in Texas. She said they spent hours on the phone. I got a friend, Key. We've been intentional the last 3 or 4 months. We've been planning. We've been going out on dates together. So we have been, and every time we meet up, we plan for the next date. So we started, I believe, in February. So since February, March, we did 3 dates. So, and we're being really intentional about, getting together and linking up and, building that relationship. So if you're looking, I know people will say, well, I don't have anyone to talk to. I feel like I don't have any friends that really understand or relate. You can build that friendship, that relationship through this platform. That's what I love. That's what I love about this platform, because it's about building a community and people finding, hopefully long-lasting friendships. You do the friendship for as long as you want to. It's no great commitment, but it's only, for as long as you want to do it. That's how long you do it for, No, it'll be all weekend. It will be September 4th through the 7th. So we're gonna however many days you feel suits you, but it will be from Friday to Monday. And you can plan out whatever amount of days. Maybe you can only come Friday to Saturday or Friday to Sunday, or maybe you can only come from Saturday to Monday, or maybe you can only come Sunday. I don't know, whatever your schedule looks like, however you can, if you want to come, you don't have to come for the whole weekend. You can decide which days you want to come and, meet us. And so we like planning to go to the beach. We may plan to rent a yacht or something, or do a cruise, go to a lot of the downtown near Navy Pier, go to a lot of the restaurants, go clubbing, and just sit together and talk and share, more about our journey, and get to know one another and have a great time. Get us some edibles, and go on a little trip.
I'm gonna be there or whatever. So
Yes. Okay.
Right
Yeah.
back out the country.
Okay. Rooftop. Yep. Key, there she is. Key, that's my friend. That's my friend right there. That's my friend. That's who I've been meet. That's who I met. We meet once a month. And it may become more frequent. So, but right now we're starting off with once a month. Yeah. So we always said this summer we're gonna be outside. Yeah. So did you want to add anything to that, Latoxic?
No, I think you got it covered. I was just thinking we probably should do the hotel stuff ASAP because it's Labor Day.
Yes. So,
but other than that, it's gonna be a party. It's gonna be a movie.
Yes, it's gonna be amazing because Latoxic also be celebrating her birthday with us, and then my husband's birthday is on the 12th. So we're gonna do some.
Birthday's on 22nd.
Oh, you're in September too. All right, look, it's a party, y'all.
Wait,
drinks every year. Party.
I was amongst a bunch of Virgos. I just had a feeling I was amongst a Virgos. That's cool because I'm a Virgo too. So that's beautiful. I love it. I'm in September. Yeah.
Oh, okay, nice.
Just no shade, just to throw this out there, but Virgo had all the signs. She's the only real person on the zodiac sign. I'm just throwing that out now.
Period.
She's the mother.
Yes, that's love. Right?
Clock that T. Clock that T. I ain't even mad at T. Because we all the signs, right? We all the signs. Period. Yeah, so Key says she's thinking Hilton Inn at the McCormick Place. So, you know, I know you said you have a travel agent that's a relative, right, Key? So maybe you can look into talk because we're trying to we're not trying, we're going to keep it to like 20 people. Being the first time, you know, we want to keep it where it's manageable. We don't want like a big, huge, like 100 people. You know, we want to keep it manageable. So we're saying 20 people. So once we count it out, we'll let you know how many spaces are left to join in. So if you're interested, once we start. So I think right now we probably already at like 10 or 12 people right now that have said that they were interested. But we'll really know when it's come time to put down that deposit. That'll let us know who really gonna come and who really up. Because money talk, bullshit walk, as they say. That money talk.
Who's gonna honor their word?
I know life happens, stuff happens, but if you truly want to come, you intend it, you decide. And when you decide, because there's no other option, there's no plan B, it must become your reality.
Okay. I'm not a rapper, so stop rapping.
Yes. We have a few people saying they're interested. Yes, we're looking forward to seeing everyone who wants to come. It's going to be a time will be had. We're going to have an amazing time. It's going to be great.
And even if the spots fill up, I'm gonna still show up.
Say that
I'm
part.
gonna show up. I'm gonna show up too. I like to meet y'all. I like Virgos. I can have those conversations with them without them getting so angry at me.
I'll be there.
Love it.
I'll be there.
That's Michael Jackson was a Virgo. That's right.
Just call my name and I'll be there. Look over your shoulder, honey. Oh. Love it. So I have free books in my link tree, in my bio. If you're looking for, you know, not that you need help, but you just want a little bit more assistance with transforming that thinking, because, you know, you want to know why. If you still have an affinity for the Bible, it's only for those who still have an affinity for the Bible, because I do, because I know the Bible is my book. It's the book about me. In the volume of the book, it is written of me, right? And I love how the Bible says things so eloquently. I don't got to search for it. It's already there, you know? That my word is the creator power in man. And in the beginning was my word, and my word was with God. My word is God, and then my word becomes flesh. And all things that were made by my word. And there was nothing that was made that was not made by what? My word.
There's a good book called Man-Made Flesh. Oh my gosh.
Man-made flesh. Woo. All right, guys. So thank you so much. Really enjoyed this live as always. This is Chef's Kiss. Love it. Like everyone, I always learn something. I'm always expanding my consciousness, my remembering of who I am. So I truly love the new people that come through and the old people that's faithful and true. I love it. Like, we love the growing community that is known as the Prosperous Living family. Follow me on YouTube, Prosperous Living with Toyia. Well, subscribe YouTube. Follow TikTok, Prosperous Living with _T. I'm on IG as Prosperous Living _T, and I'm on Facebook. We have a Facebook group, Prosperous Living with Toyia. So yes, we have all of those things happening, and I just, you know, I post on all those platforms. Those are only 4 platforms I post on regularly. I don't have an X account, so I have Threads, but I don't really be on Threads. So anybody really be on Threads? Who uses Threads?
It was cool for a time. But no, I haven't been on it since then, since it came out.
Yeah, me either. Like I've uninstalled, installed, uninstalled, installed, but I don't think I really understand how you're supposed to use it. I haven't figured out how to use Threads.
It's supposed to be like Twitter,
but I don't use Twitter.
Yeah,
I've never used Twitter.
Yeah, so yeah, it's. I went back to Twitter because I don't like Instagram.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
okay. Yep. Yes, keep it super simple, guys. So thank you guys. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
Have a good one.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye,
Have a
y'all.
good one. Bye, y'all.